Oh, you sub. Does that mean I can bite you?
Look at this streamer, she is amazing, I love her so much. Yeah.
Paying tributes, huh? I will gladly accept it.
Hello? Hello? Hi. Oh my god, we haven't even started. There's gifters already. Hello, hello. Hi. Hi, Nabu. Thank you for the read. Hello, Kirby. Stop, stop. I'm reading the read. Oh my god. Aww. Hi, hi. Welcome, welcome. No. Oh my. Kirby, stop. What? You didn't see that. You didn't see that. Okay. Hi. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. No, 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 this Nifa. No, no, wait, wait. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, wait, wait. Wait, wait. I haven't even been starting to yap. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Croissant. How is everyone today? Wait, let me shush the. I think the sound is a bit loud still. No, no. Stop, Garby, stop. Not bad. Thank you for the raid, Noble. How
We
are
interrupt our
you?
program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now
Yes, I
back to our
love you
show.
too. I love you too. Thank you, thank you. How was Dreadway? Huh? Is the widget working? I don't know if it's working. Oh my god. Please work. I am not too yeah. Not too, it was fun. Glad you had fun. Glad you had fun. Yes. Okay. Let me just find something real quick. Give me a bit, give me a bit, give me a bit. Ow. Oh my god. Please forgive me if I'm coughing. I'll try to not cough on the mic a lot as much as possible, but there might be times that cannot help it. So please forgive me if that happens. Yes, yes. Um hold on. I'm trying to find a good one. Come on. Is there even wait, is there a free one in VTube Studio? I hope there's one.
Woke up.
Haven't you
What
been
you think
woke up?
I woke up?
When you
I
been
don't
woke
wanna have
up?
sex with you right now, woke up.
There's nothing in VTube Studio. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Who did it? It's Marcy. Ah, that stinks. Wait, I haven't started yapping. Wait, I gotta read everyone's chat from the first chat. I will be back. I will be back. Okay, okay, hold on. Let me just get this good one. Okay, I think this one is good enough. Come on, let me download it. It's not letting me download it. Birthday hat PNG. I'm trying to find a birthday hat. I forgot to find one. I'm supposed to have it. What? There's nothing in this. Oh, there we go. There's a lot of designs. I don't know what I like. Um, um, I think this one. We like pink. Download, download, download. Yes, download that. Please let it be a real PNG. Oh my god, I will cry if it's not a real PNG. Okay, did it download? Please tell me it downloaded. Okay, there we go. And then, yes, and then I put it on my character. What? Oh my god, it's fucking big. Yeah, yeah. It's too big. Wait, let me small my character. Let me crooked it a little bit. Yes. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just putting on my birthday hat. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. There we go. Hey, hello. Hello. Oh wait, I forgot I have to put dash on my model. I forgot. Yeah, I have to put dash and this and fire. I'm sorry, but Dashi will be there. Yes. And then this there. This and then this. I have a lot to do. I sorry. Okay, there we go. Am I here? Am I here? Okay. Okay, let's read chat. Let's read chat from the first one. Hold on. Okay, we will be reading chat from the first one. Okay. First is Schnibble. Thank you for the subby. Mwah. Shadow. Yes. Gambling it probably. Yes. Hi Shadow. Hi. Hi Zax. Hello. Hello. Who's next? After Zax, it was Glunner. Oh my god. Hi Glunner. Play. And then after Glunner is Fire. Hi Fire. After Glunner, after Fire is Marcy. Hi Marcy. After Marcy is the Coffee. Hi Coffee. Hello. Hi Dinner. Wait, Dinner, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Hello. Hi JD. Thank you. Coffee sent me here to wish you a happy birthday. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Coffee. Thank you for sending dinner here. Yes, we're gonna eat dinner. No, just kidding. Thank you again, Nobu, for the raid. Wait, let me do my spiel. I forgot. Hello to Nobu's community. I'm Natsu Kuranashi. I'm a Viper Butterfly VTuber. I do variety stuff, playing games, mainly Battlefield, Helldivers, or anything fun collabs, Repo, or No More Room in Hell, Zombie. Yeah, I do those a lot recently. So feel free to chill with us. Today we're gonna do Community Repo Day because it's my birthday. Yes, we're gonna celebrate it. And we're gonna do the
Paying
start of
tributes,
our
huh? I will
Dono.
gladly accept it.
Hold on. What? Hold on. What? What? Why is my my widget is why does it say it's above 8 Huh? Why is my widget saying it's 8,000? What the fuck? Also, thank you for the follow, Chaotic Goober. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Hi, Nobu. It's been so long. It's Jay. Hi, Jay. Thank you. Dinner subby. Oh, thank you. Oh, it was. Oh, Coffee gifted you a subby. Thank you, Coffee, for gifting dinner. A subby. Yes, we're gonna play Repo soon. After I catch up with chat and do a little bit of here and there in announcements. Yeah. What the heck? Yeah, thanks, Coffee. I knew her before she became a VTuber like me. Yeah, I knew her from one server. Yeah, that's true. Hi, Fire. Thank you for the greetings. Thank you for the gift too. I saw it. I haven't opened Steam yet. Thank you. Oh my god. Gifted me. Okay. Hi, Papaya. Is the papaya is a stinky papaya? Yes. Am I there? Am I there? Am I there? Am I at the end of the chat? I don't know. It's Ace. Hi. Hi, Ace. Hello, hello. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. No, stop. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Anyway. Ow. Ow. I can't do that right now. I'm sorry. My throat hurts. Not bad, yeah. Not too bad. It was fun. We had to dodge mines and horse. Ooh, that sounds like a fun game. Good luck in the repo. I gotta go groceries. Be safe, Coffee. Be safe. Please, please be safe. Okay, have fun with the grocery. You're unwell? Yeah, I'm still unwell. I'm gonna do a little bit of story time after reading everyone's chat. Keep redeeming hydrate today. Yes, I will. I will really need that, honestly. I have a tea, which is ginger and citron and honey. So it's gonna be soothing for my throat. Hi, Doc. Thank you for the gift too. I like it. Thank you, thank you. What VC y'all want us in? I think we could just like use in-game in-game.
We interrupt our program
Yes.
to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Oh, I love you too. What we see? Let's use in-game voice. Since we're gonna be a lot, I guess. I don't know which one is better. It's repo anyway, so it's gonna have its own voice thing. Bear. Wait, Coffee. I'm sorry. I will have to refund that. I don't think I can put on head toggles. Thank you for the headband, dog. Hi. Oh my god. It's Glooner's second husband. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. Cute. I have a question. Have you been to Comic Con before or TwitchCon? No. There's nothing like that here in the Philippines. I have to fly out of the country, and flying out of the country hard.
Hey Nachi, I still adore you. If you're
Hi.
up for a collab, just say. We had great times on R.
Yeah, sure, of course. You know, you can join today's repo if you want to, or if you're busy, I yeah, we could game another day. Mwah. Hi, Toaster. Thank you for the greetings. Thank you. Wait, 30 stream streak. Damn, nice one, dog. Nice one. Paying forward the gift they got from Dash. You gifted. Zox, thank you for gifting. Thank you for gifting.
Zoro
Aww.
Potato asked me, is Nachi having a happy birthday? Yeah, they seem pretty happy. Lots of birthday love in chat, and the vibe is very glue. Everyone breathe no beef. Hope they get all the tabbies, cake, and zero Zoro Potato nonsense today.
Zero potato nonsense today. Hi, Natalia. Today I'm okay. I'm a yap about my chat more soon. Be busy. Okay, okay. Yeah, feel free to raid and dash. That is perfectly normal here, Nobi. If you need to do your after stream care and need some hydration or food, or if you need to go rest and get some sleep, please do so. That is perfectly okay. Okay, okay. I'll take care of your community. Thank you for trusting them to me. It was Repo we played Still Not Yet. Oh yeah. Happy birthday, Sack. Fuck you, Zara. I think I still have it. Hold on. Fuck you, Zara. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Zara. Fuck you. Anyway, I kinda strained my throat from that. But fuck you, Zara. Fuck you. Make sure you don't push yourself. I'll bug. No, I won't. Papaya. Don't worry. Hi, Fizz. Thank you, thank you. Oh, again, thank you for the gift. The emotes. It's so fucking beautiful. I added them already. As you can see, you can use them. Yeah, I added them already. So you can use the new emotes. I still yeah. Too late. Fuck you. Yeah. I'm gonna give you all the nonsense one. You're gonna have beef with my AI again, Doro. I just need rest, work early. That's why I ended it. Aw, good luck with work though tomorrow. Yeah. I hope you have a good rest, Nobu. It's not a good day for me. Oh no, what happened? You got automated. Fuck you, Zaro. Hope you're getting some rest. I am. I'm getting good rest. Okay, I'm catch up to chat. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. I finished catching up to chat. Okay, now on to the next one, which is announcement. Okay, okay, announcement. So if you haven't known yet, I'm gonna be hosting a donathon, which my widget is tweaking on me right now. I don't know why. I don't know why my donathon widget is not working. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like that. It shouldn't be like, huh? Huh? It shouldn't be seven. Huh? Why? Why is it 788? What? Why? What did I do to you? The fuck? The fuck? Can I reset it? Okay, it reset. Oh. Ow! No. Why are you bonking me, Papaya? What did I do to you? Happy birthday. Oh. I smell like beef today. Thank you much. Thank you. Thank you for the greetings. How are you today, Munch? Hmm? Hmm? Thank you, Zux. I hope you're having a rest today. Please do rest today so you can recover. I'm sorry that you cut your forehead while you're working. Please be safe. Please be safe. All right. I don't know why it is like that. It shouldn't be like that. It says that, huh? Did someone gift me already? I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Well, we'll see later. I don't know why it's like that. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be like that with the gifts. Should be only 1 point. Okay, there we go. Save. Then it should be, and then I should like Should we refresh? Okay. Okay. It's all good. Okay. Now I have to do something with the um where did I put it? Image. Okay, there we go. This and then this. Okay. This. Oh. Okay, I will show you the donuts and stuff. Yeah, this is my announcement. Wait, let me scoot my model a little bit. Scoot. Okay, if you can see the donuts and stuff, if you haven't seen my Discord announcement and my Twitter post, so I posted it there. So I'll be hosting a dono-son for my birthday, just today. And I was supposed to do a debut of a new model, but circumstances happened. I don't feel too well, and there's still stuff that needs to be done. In short, the model is not, and the other assets are still not done. But it will be done hopefully. Yes. If my estimation works this time, it will be done by next week and everything will be perfect. I am excited to show you all of the stuff I have prepared for months. I've been preparing for this, all the assets, the arts for this donathon. I mean for this debut. So I'm very excited for that. And for the birthday stuff, the donathon will be having a lot of stuff happening. So if you can see the goals, so you can see the goals there. You can see the widget as well on where we are at supposed to be. So yeah, we're gonna
Lyle
get
Fire Tip 25.00 on Stream Elements. Happy birthday, Nachi.
Aw, fire. Thank you. You didn't just give me a game, you also donated. What the fuck, Fire? Fire, can you still eat? Can you still eat? Please. Please. Oh my god. Thank you. Again, we're gonna have an anime smasher pass. The second version. Yeah, we're gonna have a part 2 of it. Another part 2 of the MS Paint drawing. I believe I didn't do much last download, so it is there again. Next would be a PC or gaming setup review, so everyone in the community can flex their PC or gaming setup, and I'll review them on stream. I will also show you mine, of course. Next would be I will play a Metroidvania game. I'm thinking either Hollow Knight or there might be another game that is a Metroidvania. Why Metroidvania, you say? Because I hate Metroidvania. I don't have the patience for it. I usually just Alt F4, but if this goal is met, I will play it. Even though I hate it. Yes. Next is I know, it's I just took a shower before I streamed. Papaya. But thank you for the gift. Thank you for donation, Papaya. I love you, Papaya. Even though you're stinky. Thank you. Now we're gonna have Anime Smasher Pass. It has been completed. If you see the widget on the upper part, it crossed out the Anime Smasher Pass. That means we're done with the $50. Yes, I love you too, Papaya, even though you're stinky. Thank you. Okay, next goal will be $267. Don't ask why, because it is. Ufu, Nya, brain rot, or Nachi noises redeem. Basically, it's just noises, but you can choose which noise I will do. If you want to hear an oo from me or a nya from me, or you want me to say the numbers, or the tong 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 sahur, or whatever, or if you just want me to say abba habba dab habba 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 habba, I could do that. Yeah, with the redeem. Next would be a story time stream. I haven't done this before and I look forward to this, honestly. I might be a good storyteller, I don't know. Yeah. Next would be the old models redeem. So, why old models? Aside from this one, there's the pre-debut one that I used. I plan to have a redeem for that and this one. And once the new model has been debuted, you can put this model back if you want to. Next would be I draw on stream hand cam. Yes. Hold on. I gotta come. Oh my god, I died. Oh, I died. I died. Oh my god, I can't.
I'm a cat. I do the nya. The nya.
Ow, yeah. Owie.
Do you feel it, Nachi?
Ow.
It's time to
Stop.
hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified Walsu using code NDMOON.
Ow. Owie, stop, please. My throat. Ow. Owie. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah. I'm still not done. What? No, please. Baby. Okay, okay. I should be back. I should be back. Sorry. I shouldn't be coughing on everyone's ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Wait, let me breathe. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, stop, please. It hurts. Okay. Let me go back to chat. Wait, what? Shatsi, that's fucking big. No way. You already completed 1/4 of the donate. Shatsi, that's 1/4 of the dono goal. No way. Shatsi. You didn't have to. I shouldn't cry. I'm sorry. That is big. He already gifted me a game too. Tootsie! And you're visiting me here too. Yeah. It's big. Thank you. I shouldn't cry. I'm sorry. Okay. Uh, There's like 1/4 of the donuts on gold. Stop it. It hasn't even been 1 hour. Chachi, stop. I know you had a big money. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Rosie. Wife Ratito. I can't do your Ratito right now. My throat hurts. Thank you. Thank you for the game, Plant Wife. I love you. 70% to go. Yeah. Do you have the flu? Yeah. I did had the flu, but I'm almost done with that. Honestly, it's not flu, it's just cold. And then it transitioned to cough. So the reason why I wasn't able to stream for 2 weeks was because I caught a cold. And that cold transitioned to cough, and I've had the cough for more than a week now. And it's not leaving me, and my throat is like damaged from excessive coughing already. And I can't do anything about it. I already went to the doctor about it. And the doctor said just keep on taking the medicine and just like stay yeah. Why is the timer not working? Myself. Owie. Owie. Oh, there we go. The timer is working here. Oh my god. Chelsea, that is fucking big. I know you got big money, but you have to save up. So until now, I have the cough. And although I planned a lot for this birthday, I was looking forward to it with the debut, the donuts on. I unfortunately cannot do the debut due to like circumstances with some assets that cannot be done yet so far. And also I cannot do a longer stream for now because of my throat. Like I'm having a hard time talking because of my throat being damaged, I guess. But I'll do my best today so I could celebrate my birthday with everyone because I want to celebrate it with everyone. Everyone, my friends, everyone that I love. Yes, my community. Yes, everyone. We're gonna play Repo, okay? Give me 9 minutes. We'll be starting the game. Okay, let's rush the announcement. So, next goal would be I draw on stream handcam. I will be drawing like directly. You can see me drawing on paper. You'll see my hand. Next would be I'll play solo horror game. I'll play any horror game. And chat can decide which horror game I will play. As long as I have it, please. Please let it be from my list. Next would be something that will be other I don't know. This redeem has been like the request by some people. They're like, can we have a good boy, good girl redeem? I mean, yeah. So yeah. Next would be nail painting stream. It's also hand cam. I'm not really a nail type of like I'm not really like the fancy nail person. I just like it like trimmed properly and clean. That's it. But this time I will be girly, putting on colors on my nail if if this is achieved. Next would be the spicy noodles challenge while I'm in a collab. So I will be eating one of the known spicy noodles. That is like I believe the brand name is Buldak. And it's a challenge already, been a long time ago. So I will be doing that while doing a game with my friends. So they'll be hearing me wheezing, trying to gasp for air or water or milk while I'm in the collab. This is gonna be fun for sure. Next is paint by numbers plus drinking stream. So I have been sober for 1 year and a half. But for today, I have brought a wine for myself. And along with that, that wine I could use for the drinking stream. Um, I will be doing a paint by numbers. It's a hand cam stream. You will see me do painting while we're yapping. And I'll be also drinking. We'll be having a redeem or something of a challenge for that. Next would be the achieve to reveal a secret goal. Yes, you have to achieve it first before you see it. And the last goal would be live cooking stream. Yes, I will be cooking in front of everyone. I I mean, I'm kind of confident with my skills, but everyone will be seeing which one, like how do I do stuff. And you can call me out on it. Oh, I'm like scared. Yeah. So that's it for the goals. This is the normal goals. And if you achieve 1000, which is the initial goal for this donathon, I will be releasing the stretch goals. The stretch goals are very interesting, I'd say. Very interesting. And I'm sure you will like it. Next would be the incentives. Let me just enlarge this shit. I will enlarge this. So we will be using a point system. So whenever you donate, every $5 is equal to 1 point. So for example, Snowball donated 250. That is fucking big. He's got 50 points already. So it's up to him what he wants to redeem with all those points. You can only redeem for the whole donathon duration. You cannot redeem after the donathon is finished. So please do redeem. I will take note of the points that everyone has. Fire donated $25, so you got 5 points. Same with Papaya. You two got 5 points each. Feel free to allocate whatever you want to redeem, or if you want to save up for it, and if you plan to do a donation again late in a later point of time in the donathon, that is totally fine as long as you redeem it within the donathon time. Yes. So for the incentive points, we have Niao and Bera noises for 1 point. 2 points for one song, or if you want to spin the wheel. To be honest, I don't have the wheel done yet. I'm sorry. But I will spin that when it's done, hopefully next stream, which is probably tomorrow. Next is 5 points. You can put your name on my model for 3 streams, just like how Dash Fire Dash and Fire have it right now. This is the second stream for them. Next would be 10 points to Personal Alarm or Greetings, or you can make me bald for 3 hours. Yes. Any of those. You can pick any of those for 10 points. For 20 points, you can get either VIP for this year, which is 2026 only, so it will end when the 2027 comes, or you can select a short SFW ASMR. I haven't had any other options in my mind, but if there are suggestions, feel free to do so. For this is just for fun. I know this will not happen. So for 4,000 points, you get an NSFW ASMR or you get the secret juice. The secret juice. It will be shipped to you, like, the secret juice. Yeah. And then of course, for the top contributors, I'll start with the third place. So if you're third place, you get VIP, or if you're already VIP, you can give that VIP away, or you can just ignore it. or and you get an art with me created based on the model that I will be debuting. Second place, you get the previous tier rewards, which is VIP and the art, plus merch and the painting, which will be done by me on stream. With the drawing, the paint by numbers one, I will give you one, and a private game with me. Any private game, it's just us two. It's either Peak, Repo, or any co-op game. We can hang out. Yes. For the first place, you get. Aww. Thank you. Hi, Miss. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, for the first place, you get all the tier rewards from below. Plus, you get snacks from PH, those that I like. And you get an mommy experience for 1 month from me. What is mommy experience? Well, if you want to be cuddled, or if you want to be called a good boy, or if you want me to say that I'm very proud of you, you can. Hold on, I got a cough. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So you can get all of those if you're first. It's still not done. Oh no. Oh, no. Okay. Those are all the contributors' perks. That's it. Yeah, finally. Ow. Without any further ado, let's go to the gaming. Thank you for waiting for me. And thank you for listening to me. Oh no, ad break? No! we. Oh, we. What happened? What happened with what? Zori, what? Huh? Wait, let me go back to chat. Thank you for always being there for me and being an amazing person. Chatsy, love you very much. I love you too. I love you too very much. And of course, I will always be there for you. The ladies all down. Robo! Owie. Owie. Well, we just got some horror games gifted by Coffee. Yeah, Coffee gifted me a game. There are some spicy ones. What the fuck happened again? What? Why is the widget always tweaking on me? What would you cook though? Probably spicy bulldog. For the cooking, I don't know yet. Just 20k gamers. Yeah, just 20k for an NSFW ASMR or the juice. Yes, just 20,000 US dollars. It's just 20,000, you know? It's just 20,000. Just kidding. Hi, miss. Thank you for the greetings. What happened? Check donuts on goal. Yeah. I don't know what happened. Wait. The widget is tweaking on me. I don't know why it increased by 500. Shouldn't be like that. No, I should have been like. There you go. It was 306, right? And suddenly become 806. So I believe it's okay now. Check emails. Hmm. Oh my god, why am I lagging? Stop lagging. Oh my god. Yeah. Only. Yeah. It's all good. There is no anonymous donation. So I don't think there's any problem. Yeah, the widget is probably dumb. Okay, let's start the Among Us. Who's the one joining? Who's the one joining the collabor? Will go sleep sadly. Yes, it's okay, Shatsi. I'm sorry it took so long to yap. Yes, of course, Papayans are, of course. Have to wake up in 7 hours. Yes, you need sleep. You have work. Please have good sleep. Thank you for staying today. Thank you for staying late. And thank you for the
Please, please.
You made me cry. Chili Shatsi. Please God have a good sleep, okay? Have good sleep. Mwah. the repo mod code is in my announcement page, but I'll have it on the stuff real quick. Wait. How do I? Huh? Bye bye. Bye bye. Wait, hold on, you guys. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. The repo should be shared already. Yeah, the repo mod code. Thank you, Fire, for sharing the mod code. So those that wanna join the repo gaming, you can use the code that Fire sent. Should be no problem. Wait, what? Huh? Oh my god, it's Moon! Hi, Gaimon! Oh my god! Hello, hello! Hi! Hello, Moon! Hello, Gaimon Raiders! Hello, hello! Welcome, welcome! I'm Natiko Nanashi. I'm your vampire butterfly VTuber. And we're gonna play Repo gaming with everyone. Yes, today is my birthday. Yeah, we're gonna celebrate it with everyone today. So if you're interested in joining, we're gonna have a modded repo game. So we have more people. It's gonna be very fun. Thank you, thank you. How is Kaiman? How was the gaming? Is it modded? It is modded. It is modded. Let me shout out the Kaiman.
Follow and support Kaimon VT.
Thank you again. How was Crimson Desert? Yeah. The Reaper mod code. Yes, Fire has Wait. Where was it? There we go. Let me copy it. I'm like, and then I'll pin that. Okay. There we go. Should be there. Okay. Again, thank you, Kaiman, for the raid. Feel free to lurk and do your after stream care if you need to take a rest or get some sleep or you gotta get some food or anything that you need to do. Good luck, and thank you for the raid again. Feel free to raid and dash. That is perfectly normal here. I hope you had fun with your stream. Ish. It is modded. Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you. Fuck you. but today we're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate my birthday today. Yes, today's my birthday. Okay, I'm gonna host a private game. New game. No password. It was fun. We had a more chill playthrough of Crimson Desert today as we were doing side quests hunting legendary animals, so yeah, it was chill. Until I had to do a ridiculous quest that made me drive a wagon down a mountain and through a couple rivers. But we wrap it up with a bang as I burned my enemies to crisp during a mission using dragon. Oh, that's so cool. You used the dragon at the... Oh my god. And you were hunting legendary animals too. Damn. Oh my god, that sounds so cool though. Oh my god. I'm glad you had fun with the game today, Kyron. It got late join? Yes. It has late join. It has extended players. So the maximum of players we can do is 20. And it has shared upgrades. A little bit of item cosmetics, not character cosmetics, item cosmetics. I believe it has Labubu and Fumo, and it has a guaranteed cosmetic mod, so everyone can do gacha after a round. Yeah, it's gonna be fun lining up to the gacha in the shop and get it and seeing what everyone gets. We're pretty much end game, so just mostly side quests. Ooh, I see. Side quests are still fun though. The new gacha update was nice. Oh, it's a gacha game. Oh, that's the first time I've heard of the game. So, yeah. Especially in Crimson Desert, Mom went from using a cart to burning a village. Crazy. Imagine being a normal worker and then burning a village. Crazy. From 0 to 100. I'm in gacha in repo. Oh, okay. Crimson is some gacha machines in game like claw machines. Oh, claw machines! I like claw machines. Crimson Desert is a gacha. It's an RPG. Oh, okay. I thought it was a gacha game too. I'm like, what? Yeah. Okay, who's wanna join? Let me... Oh, wait. I'm offline on Steam, I guess. I'm sorry. Wait. I think I'm offline. I'm offline. I'm online now on Steam. I'm sorry. I'm here now. All of some of us in Mars CBC. Yeah, sure, of course. Everyone's invited. Everyone is invited. Feel free to join. Can you join? I don't know. Audio, I think yep. Okay. It should be okay now. Yep. Okay. They actually say no. They stay away from that and call it an open world action game. Oh, so it's more like what you call it? Something like Minecraft. Like it's like open world stuff. Like you can do anything you can do. Fair enough. I'll call it that then. Also, some of us in my Virginia. I'm fighting moss. Give me a second. Yeah, take your time, JD. I'm awake. Good morning, Claw. Halloween, the Halloween. Good morning. Ding, ding, ding. You need to install. Wait, I thought you have it. Huh? Okay. Yeah, you take your time, Claw. And you have to do the repo mod too. On R2 Mod, man. Minecraft is sandbox. Oh, okay. Open world. Sorry, my brain mushy. I haven't slept much yet. Because I have a cough. And it's killing me. My throat has been like struggling. I have to drink fluids from time to time. Oh my god. Wait, let me note the donos on this stuff again. So points, Snowball has 50 points. Fire has 5 and Papaya has 5. Alright. I don't know, huh? I don't know why it's not... Okay, there we go. I'll send the invite to... Where is Zaro? Look at this tanker! He's not even online! Huh? Huh? But thank you to everyone that gifted me today, by the way. A lot of my friends have gifted me games. Like most of them have gifted me games. You guys are lucky the Steam sale is ongoing on my birthday. Oh my god, ow. So thank you to Love for Cult of the Lamb. Thank you to Marcy for Coral Island. Thank you to Coffee for all of the Observation Duty series from 1 to 8. Thank you to Zara for Battlefield 1 and 4. Thank you to Rosie for The Way Out and It Takes Two and Lockdown Protocol. And thank you to Doc for the Librarian cozy game. And thank you to Schnibble for Iron Lung, Hollow Knight, and there's another one I forgot. Yeah. And I'm gonna go lurky now, so I'm quite tired. I have some stuff to prepare later. Have a great stream and happy birthday. Thank you, Kaiman. Thank you again for the rave. I hope you have a good rest. Thank you again. Thank you for trusting your community to me. We'll have fun. We'll have fun. Yes. Rest well. Yes, rest well. That just means we can give more games than normal. No, you're gonna spoil me with a lot of games. But we'd give some regardless. No, fuck you, Zaro. Get some good respawn. Yes, Battlefield 1 is the best one. Indeed. You're gonna get kidnapped for lockdown soon. Oh no. Oh no. I love this shit, miss. Hello, Inklo. Hello, Ing. Oh shit, I forgot to... Wait. I think we're in Asia. Oh no. Oh no. Everyone's gonna have a bad ping. Yeah, okay. We're in Asia servers. Oh shit, I did text stuff and needing help. Help. Fuck that shit, huh? Huh? I did text stuff without needing help. Oh, okay. Damn, that's crazy. That is big, JD. That is big. Okay. Who else are we waiting for? Zara, wait till you're hopping in. Push to talk, no work. That's weird. It works on my end. Let me check. Said. Odd. Push to talk on my end is off. Might wanna recheck that.
Crazy ping. Woo.
Oh, coming on the city.
Go
Oh,
into settings and mess with them. See if it's set to the wrong like. Figure that I need to store.
I don't see Zara. I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did my mic?
Oh,
work?
hey. Oh my god, papaya. My ears.
Oh my.
Okay.
What happened? Am I loud?
Oh gosh, it's
Kinda. Oh no. Chloe left. No.
No fixing television.
Owie. I'm away in a bit. Okay, Zara, take your time. Wait. Who can host in the US? Because you're all gonna get bad ping.
I mean, I don't mind if I host, but JD, do you want to host?
No, Nachi, it's your birthday. We'll fine having bad ping. It don't bother us.
No.
It's not like you need good ping to play Reap.
I don't need good ping to play Repo. I got the power of the bad ping. I need the power of the bad ping.
Nah. I want to see you do a regular good pick.
No.
To answer your question, if you want someone to host it, just tell someone.
I don't
Pretty sure
know
Gamer
who has better internet.
Is that?
Papaya?
I'll just leave.
Papaya can host? Maybe.
Get fucked up.
Alright.
Welcome back in.
Good morning. Oh my god, it's now Halloween. The Halloween is the Clover. Hell yeah.
Yes.
You just woke up. It's okay.
Woke up.
It's okay. Good morning. This Nebel just slept though. So can't game
We
anymore.
got pinged by from the ping. Yes. Oh my god. We were Nachi. We were playing Gunrose, and every
Yeah.
one of our ping was over 200.
Oh
It
my
was close to 800,
god.
300 ping.
Oh my god. I can imagine the pain.
Yeah,
The
we were
pain
wondering
and
how can you
suffering.
pay. Yeah, we were imagining like, how can you survive with 200 ping? I still be on top of the leaderboard in like Battlefield and shit.
That's hard. That's hard, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to delay. You have to predict everything in the future, like if they're gonna go there or not. Basically, it's just like gambling. Okay. Who else gonna join? Fire, you gonna join?
Let's have Zoro join so we can call him Stanky.
Zara Stanky.
Yes.
Oh my god, it's Violet! Thank you, thank you. Hi, Violet.
Bye bye.
Oh, I guess I'm not joining. No, fuck you, Zara.
Wow.
Play, go.
Wow.
You put your ass in here, Zara. Ma,
Put your thicky out in here.
I can't even see you on Steam. Look at this dude. You do be hiding. This stinky potato, I swear. How is birthday girl today? EP. I'm sleepy.
You should go rest.
That
bro.
food coma is hitting me.
Oh my.
I hate food coma. But I'm good, I'm good. Oh, it's Lunar! Lunar, come join! Lunar!
Join.
Lunar! Come join. No! Bye.
Lunar, if you join, there's a nice couch for you.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's true. That's true. Lunar, Lunar,
Okay.
Lunar. There's couch. There's couch. A perfectly holstered couch. No, you're not joining it. No. Come on, man. Come on. No. I got all your husbands.
Halloween.
I got your husbands
Yachi.
on hostage. Hi, Uchi. Hi, Kenzie. That Kenza. Is that the Kenzalini? Oh my god.
Canto. Hi Zoro.
Your husbands plural? Yeah. I have your husband number 1, 2, and 3. No, wait a minute. Come here, Lunar. Come here. Get your ass in here. This bitch.
Get it. Also, I saw on your
Oh.
mod list. I saw the boo boos. I'm afraid.
Yes. Yes, it
I'm
has the
afraid.
boo-boos. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Stay away, boo. Stay away.
I can only play for an hour. That's okay. That's okay. Come here. Come here. Thank you, Chi. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the sketch again. Oh, I like it.
Yes.
I'm getting EP. Oh no. I'm like, my body's like telling my eyes, you gotta stay. You gotta stay. You're gonna get cancelled or something. What am I yapping? I
Oh
don't know.
my god.
Yeah. But hello. Oh my god. Zeppy! Oh my, it's Zeppy! Hi, Zep! Hi, Zep! Hello. Plug. I was talking to Lunar. Thank you.
Yeah.
Zappy, I was talking to Lunar like yesterday how you're carrying on Siege.
Plug.
Can you call Lunar a bum for me? Yes, he's a couch bum. Good. I'm man. Lunar, yes. Glue. I will glue you. If you're not coming. No, it's okay.
Wow, you're gonna glue them. That's crazy. Send them to the glue factory.
Yeah, glue everyone breathe no beef.
God.
I gotta do the mods real quick. It's not gonna take so much. It's not a big mod. It's not a big mod
200
pack.
mods. It's over 200
It's crazy
mods. Your
how
computer will blow
people
up.
get so fucking like the animation and stuff that they do. Crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta, yeah. Thank God.
It takes skills, you know? It takes skills.
Yeah.
I just realized, where's your birthday cake?
None.
You need a birthday cake.
No, I'm not. I'm not fond of cakes. I'm more of
Just get one of your
a different game, a different cake
Yeah, just get one of
person.
your waifus to turn around. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. There you go.
I think we're broke. Anyways, back to what I was doing.
Just Noble's cake. Yeah. And its tentacles. I have it all.
I
It's
am
finally
listening now.
cold
Hold
air
up.
outside. Oh my god, Zara. Tentacle for no.
I'm
No.
listening. I'm listening.
No one. Zara making. Mm. Cold air has survived me. That's good. Oh my god, I'm getting so sleepy. Mm. Mm. Mm.
Uh, Hello.
Final. Oh my god, my ears, Lunar.
Lunar?
Uh-oh.
I gotta lower down
Hello.
Lunar.
Hello.
Play.
Is this better?
I lowered
No,
it
be
down.
louder.
Oh my god.
Be loud. We did. Be loud, Luna.
Oh, fuck you.
I could be really loud. Hold on.
Marcy's new to R2 mod. She got a show. Okay,
Alright,
okay.
This is like as low as I can go. Oh wait, hold on. Let me customize real quick. Oh, I didn't even use R2 mods. I just set everything up through Thunderstorm. Purple. Because all you have to do is copy the code, go to Thunderstorm, and upload. Alright. I am here. It makes it look like I'm really quiet, though. Nah, you. Oh my god, dude. I should have just gone back to playing Destiny. I should have.
No.
I should have.
Where is the fun in that, though?
Yeah.
Why would you play a boring game? Gosh. But it's okay. It's your birthday. Let the game die, and a better game will come out.
No,
it won't. It won't. No. Just let it
die.
die. It'll be okay. Just let it die.
Oh my god.
Never. Never happening.
Oh
It
my
will
god,
be
it's
fine.
Senpai. Hi,
Over
Senpai.
my rotten corpse. Well, I mean, the game's clearly
Wow,
rotting,
corpse.
so I mean. Wow.
Whoa!
I can't even like deny
Whoa.
it half the time.
Crazy.
But, like, you know you can't deny it because it is dying. I mean, look,
Crazy.
it's more live
Crazy.
than Marathon. And Marathon is shit, so we take that. Hey, use a game that actually exists. Try again. Let me see. We know Marathon's not a real game. Come on, try again. He's not even wrong. They're not even wrong. I should say. Let me see. That's a good question, actually.
I need y'all to get the papaya killed. Yes, of course. That is a must. Yes.
Why?
I got you, Ace. I got you, Ace.
I mean, I plan to
don't
use
listen
one
to
of the
Ace,
vehicles,
it's
so.
Bro.
Huh? Huh? It's no gay! No gay! No gay! Come here, no gay!
No, okay.
No gay! Come join, come
Okay.
join. No gay!
Fucking okay.
The low K 7TV is just Monopoly Man.
Party 25
That
B-Day
is actually
25 happy
amazing.
birthday.
Oh my god,
Oh, thank you.
Holy.
Oh my god, why is it? Oh my god. Huh? Why did my widget go ram up again? The fuck?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stinky. Oh, excuse me. So what if? Hear me out.
Nachi, you gotta fucking hydrate, or else I'm gonna throw
Fucking
you
hydrate!
like the 1'1" football you are.
Hear
You
me
have
out.
5 seconds.
Super
5,
hydrate.
4,
I know,
3,
You
I know,
go.
it's
2,
crazy.
1.
Someone redeem super stressful right now. Not just not drinking tonight, is she? She's always going to go up. Honestly,
Yeah.
I need some alcohol in my system. I think I gotta do that. I think
Uh,
hydrate, motherfucker. Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Cheers. Here,
So-
I'll hydrate with you.
Someone make
Cheers,
her do the
cheers,
I'll stay hydrated as well. Hold
stretches.
on.
My stretches.
No, not the stretch. Not the
Yeah, it's the stretch.
No.
Hey, you activated stream, that means you have to stretch. That's just how it works.
Excuse me.
No. No.
Oh my god, wait.
Oh,
That's so true. That's so true. It's so true, bro.
Is Noki joining in half an hour? Oh, okay. Did you have a wet dream? What?
Oh my.
What?
Oh my.
I had nightmares. Fuck yeah.
No, you can have a wet
Noki,
nightmare.
your son already went to bed. It's Marcy!
Oh. Alright, I'm grabbing my motherboard.
Oh my god.
Mars.
Hi, Marcy.
Hi. Oh wait. Ah. Wait. Oh.
Snubble, yeah, Snubble went to sleep already. He has work tomorrow. He's work.
Yeah.
What can you say about Anoki? Your son went to work on my birthday? Oh my god, SMH. SMH. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Oh my god,
yeah.
bro. No!
Public execution. Please. Snowball piñata, yes.
Oh.
Leonard, do you know what marbling is?
Did we not go over this like yesterday? Or like the day before?
I know.
This
So-
guy, bro.
So which of your husbands did you already had marbling with?
None of them.
Oh
But
my.
they're your husbands.
None of them yet.
None of them yet.
Yeah, there you go. That's a better answer.
Nah, because here's the thing. They're all. I don't know if I can actually say that on stream.
I don't know. Come here, I'll give you a kiss.
I don't know about that one. Get your stanky ass away from me. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
So aggressive.
No. It's nice to meet all of you, by the way.
You'll get a swing at a snowball piñata. Hell yeah. Oh my god. What are you
I got
opening?
strawberry soju. I'm drinking.
Strawberry soju.
I've had nothing to eat, so this is probably gonna.
That's a
Bro,
terrible
you don't
idea.
have anything in your stomach and you're drinking? Crazy.
That's a terrible.
I mean, listen, man.
Well, since people are still joining, I'm gonna go make me like a sandwich or something real quick. So
Yeah, go for
I
it.
got
dude.
time.
There's a funny joke to be made.
Zoro, is there someone else
I'm not
joining
making
from Marcy's VC? Shadow! Get your ass in here!
My husband.
It's fire! Let's go!
Hello.
It's a me.
Is that you?
Mario. Never actually had strawberry soju.
What else are we waiting for? Goddamn, y'all ping our.
Someone.
I swear.
Valentine got so lucky. I don't want to fucking give to the game.
Oh my god. You know what, Papaya?
What?
Can you host the game?
Oh, what?
So
You
that
sure?
everyone has good ping. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
well.
I'll join you and then I'll invite everyone.
Keep it on the high ping.
Keep it on the
No.
high ping. You know what? Let's try on the match with high ping. Why not? Yes.
Bruh.
It only adds to the experience, you know?
Exactly.
I I like my ping right now.
No. No.
Ah, who says 6-7? 6-7. Sex send.
No. No.
Fire has no mutual friend, can't find me now. Wait. No! Wait, no one can add Violet. Violet, add me. Add me on Steam. Val added me 5 seconds ago. Oh, okay. An hour ago. Huh?
Oh.
No BRB Violet, come here. Oh my god. Anyone else joining? If so, we could start and then they could just join later. No case joining later. Who else? Wait, Shadow, you have repo. Where's Shadow? Oh my god, okay. Hi, Coron. Hi, Coron. How are you today? Are y'all doing modded repo? Yes, it's modded. Come here, come here. Thank you, Marcy, for that. I don't have modded. Leonard, your husband. Leonard.
Oh.
Your husband doesn't know how to mod repo. Your husband.
Okay. Alright. I'll go fucking kiss him on the mouth real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, go marbling with him.
Not that.
Have you ever wondered how coconuts store water?
How coconuts store water? It's cum.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh.
Koroin asked, have you ever wondered how coconuts store water? I'm like, it's cum. It's a coconut cum.
I can believe it.
Yeah. It's a tree cum. Yeah. It's not itself. It's not. Yeah. Plug.
Oh, I'm a genius. Hold on.
It's not that I don't know how. It's more like I'm lazy and don't bother doing that. Oh my god. Learning your husband.
I'm
Shadow,
trying, man.
you just
I'm trying.
hate us. You just hate me.
I text him. He doesn't want to do it.
He's playing. He said, but I'm playing Forza. Oh,
You
this
get
ad.
on, or I'm divorcing you.
Oh my god, this dude. Look
That's
at this
crazy.
dude.
If he's playing with somebody, then whatever. But
No,
it's
oh my
Nachi's
God.
birthday. Don't be a bitch.
He's a bitch. He's always been a bitch. You know that.
This is true. He also goes in the cuck chair, but that's irrelevant.
Oh. Is the chair a couch?
I can't deafen. God damn it. 1 foot 1 football. God damn.
Lie. Whenever you got the chance, sacrifice Leonard to the floating head. Oh yeah.
No.
Of course.
Don't you fucking
I
dare.
got you, Zeppy. I got you.
Don't you fucking dare, bro.
Anyway, it's open lobby. Yes, Karoin. It's a community lobby. It's community lobby. I'll play Mario Repo. Yeah. Oh my god. Why is my thing up again? I reset it already. He has 5 husbands right now, so he needs a couch. Wait, Lunar, I thought you only had 3 husbands. Since when did you have 2 more? Who's the other 2?
I got like 5, bro.
Bro,
There's
you just
Mikey, there's Trix, there's
Yeah.
Shadow, there's fucking Enrique, there's Noke, there's
Noke?
There's
Since when?
yeah, I think it's just those 5 since forever. Come on now.
Okay? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
Yurt. Lickety split yurt.
So you've done marbling with Nokia, I see. Okay. Got it. Got it. Understandable. Understandable.
Lunar, guess what?
Oh, I'm worried now.
See, I told you I could make
I
food
open
and still
Instagram.
make it back.
And guess what I saw?
No! Not again!
No,
you messed up. You
What could you
opened up
possibly have
Instagram.
seen? A lot.
Not the ads.
Here, hold on, I'll DM you.
Tits,
A lot,
butts,
okay.
there's many. Yeah.
There's a lot, okay? There's a lot.
If it's going through the same thing Twitter's going through, there's no telling what's on there.
No,
That's mostly
there's a
you.
lot, you know. There's a lot. Sometimes a little, but also a lot. You know what I mean? Just a matter of perspective. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, it's a princess! Hi, princess. Do you wanna join? Alive! A princess!
Yeah. That's crazy.
Help me.
That's actually insane. Oh no. That's actually crazy. That's
Every
actually
friend in
crazy.
Steam? I don't think so. Wait. Add me on Steam Coin.
Strawberry's Soju is really good. A lot better than the grape one.
Add me on Steam. I send my Steam code. Steam friend code.
Do I do the funny?
The
or do I
funny.
not do the funny?
Do,
Tis the
do
question.
do the funny.
Hmm.
Do the
Okay,
funny.
okay.
Yes.
It'll have to wait, but okay. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yes. It's a funny.
Let me see.
Settings. What is it, huh?
Oh, one sec.
Why is it like that again? Oh my god.
Dance. Happy birthday.
Hmm.
I can definitely say my Instagram has not been the same as yours, but it's definitely got close a couple times. All right. The first one I open Instagram. This is what I see, by the way.
Yo, her pussy, breathing.
What?
Don't question it. Don't question it. Don't question it. A little bit. Oh man.
Thank you for the headband. Dog, do you wanna join?
Y'all ever just
Did
be
you add
walking?
me, Karoin? Thank you, Karoin, for the greetings.
Me too.
Okay, I added Karoin. Be able to add Karoin now. There you go. Okay, we're starting in 2 minutes. Anyone else? We can't be in lobby forever.
Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Ma-da-da, ba-da-da. Ma-da-da, ba-da-da.
Oh, wait. Coffee! Wait, Coffee! Join us! Where's Coffee? Coffee, come here. Does Zeppy have the game?
Maybe? I think he's playing Siege or Destiny at the moment with
sieging. Stop
with someone.
sieging.
I'm pretty sure he does though.
Me no
Yeah, he's
play
playing
this
Destiny at
kind
the
of
moment.
game. Coffee, you gotta try it. It's fun. Oh, with the burgers, bro. Oh, okay. Have a fun. Have a fun Destinying. Everyone ready? We're starting now.
I'm ready.
Is JD back?
I do be ready. For
JD?
now.
For now.
For now.
JD? Okay, I'm starting it. Play! Play! Deploy! Oh my god, this is why I don't wanna host it. My pig!
Oh,
Everyone's
no, just
pig!
give it a second.
Yeah. Oh my god, we're in.
What's this location? What?
Oh, hi. Is Gluner. This is JD. Is Marcy. Hi, Marcy. Oh, hi.
Yeah, fight me, Nachi. Come on. Alright, I'm gonna do the job now.
Gluner,
Oh,
we're here. Sorrow. Stanker. Fuck you.
oh, something's not working. Uh-oh.
What is not working?
My audio's not working.
I hear you.
Hold on.
I hear you.
I can hear you too, but it's like really poppy. Hold on.
Oh shit. Ba, 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 dun, 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 dun.
Mama.
Let's go.
Ow.
How did I do that drive? Fail.
Yo, where the fuck are items, man?
Oh shit. Enemy already.
Yeah,
God
clown.
dang.
Clown's here. And no, I'm not talking about myself.
That's crown.
Yeah.
Clown, give me your clussy.
Crowning.
Oh my. May I help you? Hey buddy, you missed. Let's go this way. Come on, clown. Let's go this way. Ain't coming. You missed.
Don't die.
Yeah, I'm playing with him. Oh, well, he's playing with you now.
La boo boo. I'm taking this Labubu with me.
There's nothing there, so.
I'm taking this Labubu back.
So we have the farm, we have the dock. If I found the dock again, we can go to the...
This fucking Labubu.
Hey, mother! No! No! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get off of me! Guys! The short one! No. That's a frog.
What?
At least the clown's easy to play with.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
they have everything. Yeah, they have everything.
Yeah, they got everything.
Got everything already? Damn. No, you don't. Owie. Someone's dead. Someone's whining like a bitch.
2,500. How the fuck do we have 46,000 in here?
I don't know.
It's the Labubu.
I think maybe some.
Oh, the Boo Boo cost us 43,000. What the fuck? Alright. One
Someone's
item.
dead.
We either
Wait,
get
is
the
everyone
item
dead?
or it's game over. Who died to a clown?
Owie.
Get away. Run. I'll go grab Chloe. Hold
Really?
on.
No.
Oh, that's Chloe.
I'm alive for now.
I'm alive.
Yeah.
Huh? Who else is out there?
Well, that's what they get for being late.
Happy birthday.
My birthday.
Zori, oh my god. Mortis! Hello, hello. Thank you for the greetings. How are you today, Mortis?
Why the hell? This is being weird. Hold on.
Thank you. Fox! Hello, Fox! Thank you!
Alright, I think he's in the game now.
Who's in the game now?
Shadow.
I believe he
he's
can
in-
join.
What's it called now?
Can he join?
I hope so.
Gacha! Gacha! Come on, go gacha! Gacha your cosmetics! Come on, go there! I can get Zoro.
My damn compooper is being poop.
How do you roll again? I forgot.
Yeah.
You run, you jump, and you press Q.
Happy birthday.
A birthday! Where's the secret
Dude,
area?
I'm still kind of waking up, man.
Oh, did we get everything down there? Nice. Hell yeah.
Oh, bull pants. Okay.
How many people you have for repo? This has a limit of 20 people. Doing kind of okay today could be better, but doing slightly better than before after they had a wonderful birthday so far. It's fun! Yeah, I'm having a wonderful birthday so far. Thank you, thank you.
I was at stamina 1.
Welcome back, Senpai! Thank you, Fox, again. I thought you were streaming
why is the
too. Yeah,
stamina
I was
$1?
looking on Mortis. Mortis is live.
I'll be in the call, chicken.
Plug.
Back to my food.
Thank you, Zeppy. I was asking how many are running into the house and robbing the place. Right now we have, I believe, 8 people. Yeah, we have 8 people. I think I'm good. I think if not, I'm a Jim. We're gonna hop onto the truck and then you can try joining Shadow, okay? We'll pick you up. Who else is did you do your cosmetics pool already?
Yes.
These nuts.
These nuts. I haven't done mine. Ta-da! Okay, I'm good. Let's pick up Shadow.
6-7.
This is Zavern. Ow. You okay?
Yeah, just remember I have that acid reflect issue.
You mother...
Medicine. Ow. Medicine. Alright, I'm clicking the button. Oh, never mind. Nachi did it for me.
Before time began, there was the cube.
The cube.
I'm gonna die!
The cube. The cube.
Before time began. Before time began, there was the cube.
What the hell was that?
Alright, Mr.
The
Before
cube.
time began.
We're gonna find the cube then.
Wait, don't go yet to the next thing. We're gonna pick
Yeah,
up
we're waiting on Shadow. Yeah.
We're gonna pick up Shadow.
We need to find the cube in alchemy. Go.
Guys, Shadow won't get any of those because you chose to eat all of them.
No, it's gonna be synced
Will
when
it?
we get on the next.
It's shared, so who knows? Really,
Shadow.
True.
Is Shadow on
Someone
the?
button.
Oh, Shadow is here now. Okay.
Someone by the name of it, yeah. That's right, scream. Alright, I'm clicking the button now.
Let's go. Let's go. Shadow is here. Plug. Ow.
What the hell?
Oh my god. Here we go again.
Oh
shit.
shit.
Here we go
Here we go again.
Go again.
How many times I gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
Cuckoo. Hi, Cuckoo. Thank you, Cuckoo. No, Kirby, no. Don't eat the loading screen. No. Thank you for the headbutt.
Boom.
My God, it's still loading.
Well, either it's a big map or one of the mods is broken.
Wait till the beat
No,
drops.
again.
Oh.
Probably some mod that was broken again.
Oh no.
But it continued
Nah, give it a sec.
earlier.
Give it 2 seconds.
But that one was a vanilla map, so if it is a mod map that is broken, it
No,
can...
there's no mod map.
No, no mod maps. It's just what
then you
connecting
don't
to
know.
Nachi.
Yeah, repo can be a little slow occasionally. Just on, the occasion, a small occasion.
Yeah. Thought we were using also mod maps like the FNAF stuff.
No,
And
we don't
before
got
there
mod
were
maps.
some that were broken.
Nope, no mod maps.
6-7.
Oh my.
No!
6-7. No, please.
Plug. I blame Zoro
Hey,
for
I mean-
breaking it. Yeah, it's Zoro's fault.
It could be worse. You could just lose the game.
Yeah, coffee hates us.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Stop breaking things.
Powerful. I was too powerful.
Nachi's just breaking everything.
Is
I'm gonna drop a bomb in the server.
okay? Who are we missing? Okay,
I think we have everyone.
you got everyone.
I think. Wait.
Okay.
Where... Oh, yeah. I think we do. This should be everyone.
Jane will probably join.
Okay,
Jane
we're
will
stopping
probably
it.
join.
Who is what? Who is joining?
Jane.
Jane? Oh, Jane! Where is Jane? Where Jane? I don't think I have Jane as
Yeah.
friend on Steam.
Maybe she can join from us. Or for Zoro at least. I don't know if I have her as friend.
Can you invite Jane? Thank you. This is gonna be crazy.
Accept your pain and love it.
Okay.
Just don't say okay to that. The fuck?
What?
Exactly. Whoever played that.
Who was playing it? Was it Zoro?
One of the mutes.
Playing one now?
I blame Zoro.
Blame,
That's crazy.
blame the potato.
The poor potato.
It's
being blamed.
Zoro. It's Zoro. I tell you, it's Zoro. Oh my god! Hi, Billy. Hi, boss. Hi, boss. Responsibility. Hope you enjoy your birthday. May the big friend give thank you, boys. Have fun gaming with the Tabby wife. Who set is live? What the fuck? Okay. Oh hey.
Bro.
Plug.
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 Response. Is Jane on the way or what?
Yeah, she probably needs to up download the mouth pack.
Oh, okay. Shouldn't be too long.
Yeah, she can join later. That is true.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, let's run now and then let's pick up Jane after. Oh. Here we go again.
I'ma make you walk like that.
Ugh. If it breaks again, we might need someone else to host, by the way.
No, I have no clue what you're talking about. No.
Hopefully it doesn't break. Because Nachi hosting, I think, would be great, but there is that small chance.
We did manage to get to the lab.
Yeah.
True.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
You know what, Papaya? I host it.
No. I have to. I know.
If we need, I can host because everyone has you, Naji. So, and I have most of the people here.
Mm-hmm.
If needed, we'll see.
Shadow, did you start by modded?
I mean, he still managed to join in the bus, so I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
Might be a
Dual
mod
tick could also be a
combo.
mod combo.
No, because it went earlier.
But we were able to play for one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we're in. Or did someone disconnect?
This is big.
Again,
This is big.
And I think it's just everyone taking time connecting to Nachi. I think that's all it is.
Yeah, bro.
My gun. Don't take my gun.
Let
Colin.
me
I saw
heal
that.
you,
I saw that.
Marcy. Come here.
I saw
You
that.
okay?
Colin. I saw that.
You okay? You okay, Marcy? Okay, okay. Take your time. Are you gonna be with Marcy? Okay. Fuck you, Stanker. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god. We have the old man already.
The screaming? No, the screaming's not the old man.
Can we gang on the old man?
I mean, I bought bombs, so you could blow them up.
Gangbang the old man?
Oh my.
Old man gangbang?
Stop calling me
Are we
old.
gang? Oh, I almost said a bad word.
Gosh, why you keep calling me old? Oh. Hi. Bye.
Oh my god.
Ew, a fucking bug. There's a bug.
Oh no.
I hear the
That
Fumo.
guy. Oh no. Owie.
Oh,
Oh, behind you.
it's him.
Yo, this shit worth 600.
The top
This shit,
behind
this
you.
shit.
Oh!
Oh, I found a giant
It's
blood.
him.
Ow,
Hey,
man.
careful. Careful with the bomber.
Get the plot.
What's the cart?
I got a bomb.
No, I'm getting dizzy. Almost there. Hell yeah. Ow.
Come on, man.
Come
Fuck you,
Oh,
Kenzie.
I'm sorry, Twin.
Fuck you, Kenzie.
Fuck you, Kinsey.
90 Chan. 90 Chan Ubuntu.
I think it died. Oh.
Fucking 90 Chan.
Okay.
5. I'm spinning.
5 90 Chan.
Bean.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't grabbed shit.
Mwah. 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 Mwah.
She's so big.
Fumo.
Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
No, not this way. No, not this way, please. No, I'm begging you. No, it's not my fault.
Mwah. 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 Mwah.
You can
Got
press the button. I
everything.
don't think we have anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, we got everything. Let's go. Mwah. 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 We got everything. Nice.
I want to touch the ground! Save me!
You
Somebody
spin my
please!
head, my right round. Ow! Ow!
Potato, you can let him go. I got him. I have plans
No!
for him.
Leave me alone!
Let me go down.
No.
Let me go down. You spin my head right,
No.
right round.
Let me go!
Like,
Let me go!
Go down.
Never.
Let me go down
No.
now. Oh no, enemy!
Uh-oh.
Enemy! Right!
yeah, I know, that's the plan.
Uh-oh.
Boom.
Uh-oh.
Bye.
Oh, I'm dead. I think you lived.
No! Glunder!
Oh, he died. Dawn. How'd that happen? Anyways, I'm going to court now.
He leaves.
Man, can't believe you died, Luna. What happened?
It leaves.
You will suffer a horrible death.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
A birthday.
Him with a birthday.
Papa.
Hello.
Yeah? Yeah?
Hey, Nachi told me to. I have to
Yes,
now.
papaya. Yes, papaya.
Yeah.
I did say, should I do the
might
funny?
have to go. I
And
might
she
have
said,
to
do the
go.
funny.
I'm sorry.
Huh? What?
But
Huh?
Family just came over. And,
Oh.
yeah.
You have to go? No, it's okay. Thank you for joining us, papaya.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, papaya.
Sorry.
Happy birthday.
I couldn't play longer.
Have fun with
Sorry.
family.
Yeah.
What the fuck
You
is
have
that?
fun with birthday. And make sure
Yes.
you rest,
Yes,
Make sure you
yes, I
rest.
will.
Don't-
Yes, yes.
okay? Alright?
Are you gonna hit me with
Yes.
music? Hold on, I got you.
I will bonk you.
No, no bonking, no bonking.
Alright.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Oh, shit.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Come on.
Luna, you broke it.
My fat, voluptuous ass broke it. That and the JBL speaker.
What the hell?
The JBL speaker was just too enormous, you know?
What's the secret?
It's a storekeeper. If you're messing with things, he grabs you.
Hit with her birthday.
The
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Patata.
Let's buy some life because someone died.
Yeah. I wonder why.
I don't know how it happened. Weird.
Your ears are now gone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little one. Oh, I need Thanos quotes. Forgot to add those. Hold on.
Hello, Ian.
I'm gonna make you pump like that. I'm gonna make you pump. Am I dead?
Damn it. Almost did it.
Am I dead?
I don't
Why
think
can't
so.
I? You bitch.
There we go.
That was almost bad.
Ian's head.
Karma.
Yeah, don't die again. Come on now.
Dog. Doesn't pay attention. No.
I got you. I got you. You should tell Luna to take his health.
Huh?
Zora was.
What happened?
Down.
Time to find the cube.
That shit is
The
irritating, man.
cube.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah, I'll tell you.
loud.
Don't
so-
worry, I got you. I got you. I got you.
But yeah, there's health in
Let me-
front if you need them.
The cube.
Yeah.
Oh, someone grabbed the cot this time.
The cube.
You mother.
Numbeard.
I
Why?
thought that was alcohol in the beginning. It's not.
Why are my days
Zara?
numbered?
Zara's threatening you.
Nachi told me
That
to do the
is
funny.
new.
You told me to do the fun. What the fuck was that sound?
Puma.
Puma.
Puma. Puma.
Puma.
Hmm.
Happy birthday.
A burb. The burb.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. You're old now.
I know. I'm a fossil.
Nah, you're still young.
Thank you, Papaya. Thank you for joining.
What gift did you send me? Oh, headbutt. I was like, what gift did you send me? I was so confused. Who's dead already? Who died already? I didn't
Plug.
do anything this time.
Plurg. At least you're not as old as Lunar. Nice one, Zeppy. He's as old as 67 years old. 67.
Plug.
Plurg.
haven't grabbed a single item other than the fumo that I.
Wanted to hear the sound from.
Don't know.
Why are you hiding?
Oh, wait, 1 sec.
Hiya, who'd you kill this time? Oh, balloons. Okay, just don't pop them. That's easy.
Zaro. Headbutt the balloon.
Yeah, do as all.
You get a balloon. Get the balloon.
Mm-hmm.
You get a health pack.
Or explode.
Try again. You got this. Come on.
Oh. Oh.
I didn't want to accidentally shoot you. That would have been awkward. Grab that.
Oh.
Behind you.
Oh, he
Oh,
fell
wait,
down,
you
he fell
don't?
down. Nice! Oh,
Grab
gotta
the
get
ball,
that
grab the
before.
ball.
Woo-hoo! Careful. I'm gonna let go.
There you go. Grab it.
Do I let go or does Zero let go? Or do we drop in the car so we don't drop? Where's the car?
Yeah!
Okay, reward, nice.
I don't know who bought that, so I'm just like... That wasn't mine. The cube. Okay, eat well, Clover. Have good eat.
Yeah, and then we'll click the thing. Once it's in, though, it can't be damaged.
Well, it can break if it goes outside the thing.
Yeah. Same thing with the car. Once you put something in the car, it can't.
Yeah, we can go for the other extraction since we have the cube there.
Yep. I'm just
The
grabbing the money.
cube.
The
Who
cube.
died, by the way, and how'd they come back to life?
Wait.
Chloe
Someone was
out.
I don't think they left the game only. I think.
Oh, okay. I was like, someone.
Chloe and Papaya left, so yeah.
Oh, wait, did they left? Oh, wait, is Mars?
I'm gonna warn you right now.
Mars is
I got
here,
like
Mars is
15
here.
minutes.
Yeah, it's in the car.
I got 15 minutes before I gotta go dip.
What the? Okay, sorry.
So I will be
Supposed to run
lurking.
me over.
I will be lurking.
What are you gonna play?
I will.
Well, not really anything actually. And then after I'm done doing a chore for a bit, then I'm gonna play probably because I made some plans with people already like a week
Yeah,
ago.
I know you have a Halo collab.
To
Yeah.
play some. No. That's for tomorrow. That's for tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing Mecha Chameleon today.
Oh, you have the game. Oh, I want to play that too.
Yeah, it looks really fun. I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, I want to try it too.
Hit him with a quick little, you know.
Let me know how it goes.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Shit's gonna be interesting. I will admit. I don't think there's anything left.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm gonna make you pump like that. This is the wrong way.
Left. I see the way out. Hello.
There's a monster there.
There is a trudge. It's a trudge.
What the fuck? I don't know.
Yay! Did we get everyone?
Shield is
I think
still
this is
outside.
it.
Outside. Shield is still outside.
Ichi! Oh my god! Oh my god, Ichi! Ichi just followed me! Ichi is not following me!
Hello.
That's crazy, bro. That's great.
That is crazy.
It's way.
Thank you, Ichi! Damn. Owie.
He went to eat right now, so.
Oh, you're gonna eat too? Are you?
No, I was saying Zoro stayed on chat.
Yeah,
he
Will
went
went to
to
go
eat.
eat for a bit.
She went to eat, yeah.
She said she'd be
Chloe
back
went to-
later, but
Yeah, she'll be back later. We don't know. Oh,
Your
we
mom's
have
car.
a
I mean, we
good
got
morning.
Is Valentine joining? I just saw in the repo, so.
Zoinks might join. Zoinks, are you joining? Your mom's guy.
Can I just get a picture taken of me?
Yeah, he'll take pictures of you.
Yep.
What the hell?
What the hell?
What the heck? Ah! Motherfucker, that was bright! That was really bright. Damn! Fucking flashbang, bro.
Alright, someone help me open this. Ah.
Where's the secret?
The secret room?
How do you open this?
What?
How do you open
What?
that one? The
Secret
one
room's
from the
right here.
top.
Yeah.
Can you open it?
You need a phone key.
Can you open that room or no?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe it's not the secret room.
No, there's a
I mean, this
there's a
is
ceiling
room-
panel, but it's only on certain areas. It's
Yeah,
not in every area.
because
No.
the fifth
No.
wire is in the middle.
So
Oh,
every
it's
room,
okay, Zoinks. No.
every new,
No, you don't
every
have
new
to say
map
sorry,
has
okay?
a secret.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Who's saying that? Yeah,
If
every new
you-
map has a secret room
Please do rest,
Mm.
okay? Please do rest.
now. I just
The things.
Get your
yeah, I
good rest,
thought it
Swings,
was
okay?
here.
Wasn't
You
this
don't
one
have
the?
to join them right away.
Oh, what the fuck?
Did I have your Steam? No! Itchy joining! Itchy joining! Wait, I put my
That's
Steam.
perfect. You get the same amount of players. I'm about to leave in a second. It's perfect. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Damn!
Itchy, here's my Steam code.
Who are you? That's what you
Check your
deserve.
Steam.
Damn!
I saw it. Thank you, Zoinks. Thank you for the card.
Hey, someone do me a
Card
favor and click that button.
MW.
Which one?
The
Oh, that
shot
button?
Yeah. Someone tried to kill me, so I'm teaching them a lesson. Alright, problem solved.
Damn, why would you do that to Korun?
They tried to kill me force. Did everyone click the box
I'm gonna
thing?
make you
Because we did
pump
get
like
a
that.
new outfit.
Bam, ba, dam, bam. Ooh.
I got the motherfucking tape.
Oh. What
Oh,
happened here? Well, you can't click the button, so they're just dead, whoever you killed.
No, they'll be
forever
back.
dead.
No,
They're
not
forever
forever.
dead. Look what
Not
you done.
forever. Not forever.
Crazy. Added good. Okay, good. I accept good. No way. War mod on mod code unpinned. Mod code unpinned. No guy. No guy and Ichi is joining. No guy and Ichi joining. Have food will join in, but okay, Violet, take your time. Okay.
Oh, what?
The
Oh, I
Halloween-
know who it was.
Noki
it was
is
the one. Yeah, it was
joining.
Kuron. It was the one who tried to kill me.
I'm sorry, little one.
Alright.
I'm sorry, little one. No! Leave me alone!
Who's the dude? Who hits fire?
Ow.
I don't know who I just hit.
Me.
Help!
Alright, I got the Nachi.
Not joining right now. I needed to send something. No, Itchy! You don't say!
Ah, the Nachi.
Bless you twice.
That's my time now. It's time for me to go implode now. Have a good one, Nachi. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'll be
thank
lurking.
you.
I'll be lurking.
Thank you. Plurg. Have fun gaming
Plurg.
with the homies. Plurg.
Yo.
Go marbling with your husbands. Lizard.
No
Okay.
problem, Mars.
No gay. No gay. No gay. No gay. So Ichi's not yet joining. Is Noke joining? Okay. 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 Hang on, Mom. Huh? What? Why are you calling me Mom? I'm not your mom. I'm your son's wife.
She's grandma now. She's upgraded from mom to grandma.
Send if the nephew saw. Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? I check. I'll read. Mecha coming! Ichi, thank you! Thank you, Ichi. I wanted to play that game. Thank you, Ichi.
Oh, what game did you get?
I got Mecha Chameleon. Zoink sent Call of Duty World at War. Fire sent Gunfire Reborn. We gotta go deeper. No Man's Sky. And the Puncislara sent Little Misfortune and Late Shift.
Yeah, I was thinking either give you No Man's Sky, so because Zoro also has, so you can play with Zoro and stuff.
Yeah,
Or give your mouse PI so you can stream.
Little Chameleon's gonna be fun.
Mouse PI is good too, yeah. That is
it was either it was either No Man's Sky or mouse PI.
Mouse PI is not bad. It just
No Man's Sky
goes...
is I wanted to try No Man's Sky.
Mouse PI lasts too long.
Snowball's mommy is my mommy. This is a fuck family. What the fuck?
Yeah, I decided this game because a lot of a group of friends have the game, so you can play with others. Don't need to play alone.
Yeah.
You feeling better after I killed you?
And Coffee gives you all the observation moment games, so you have the horror games now.
He gifted me all of the whole observation.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday after we played Gunfire.
It was crazy.
And
That's
Coffee like, ooh, I can actually give you these games.
I'm a cat.
gonna give you.
I do the Nya. The Nya.
Took my call.
Because normally Coffee can't gift you. I don't know if it is because of $18 and ours is in euros. Normally Coffee can't gift you games. But she could gift you the observations, so he gift you. CJD, with the fucking car, I can't really think of the music. You see them rolling, the hating.
Huh? I don't see no game.
Hello?
Where is no game? Hello?
I heard him send hello, I think. Isn't he below me? No.
Hello? I'm here.
Hello?
No
Hello?
guy!
He's here. He's a white
This is
one.
no guy!
It's
No
right.
guy! Oh my god, I missed the panda boy.
Surprise.
The birds caught him.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
I'm gonna come.
You can't hear anyone yet, but on next level you will.
I don't know what you're talking about,
yeah.
Coffee.
Happy birthday, no guy. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, guy. Is Violet joining? Are we complete now?
I think for now it's all of us. The others I'm not running right yet.
Okay. It started. What?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, man,
Halloween?
again.
Hello?
Hello.
Halloween?
Hello?
Halloween?
Hello, everybody.
No, okay, I missed you. How are you?
Hi,
How was the
Nachi. What
panda
are you
boy?
wearing? Oh,
I didn't do it.
I'm wearing
Get
the
in the cart.
cosmetics.
I see.
Yeah, let's go Walmart shopping.
Looks like you have
You're-
a diaper on your head.
Hmm?
Oh, I don't like it. On your head.
Owie. Owie.
Here comes a monster.
A monster is incoming.
I'm trying not to hit
What?
you. Move.
Fuck you, Zoro. Ow.
You get it?
Oh no, I'm about to
Ow.
move him. There we go.
Ken glued.
Who's that?
Beautiful.
Who's fucking monster there?
Not you gonna play hide and seek game.
That's why I was like,
Huh?
Open slowly.
oh shit, that's a fucking ball.
Yeah, it's the grandma. They're only after one.
Yeah, make a chameleon in the future.
Come on.
Yes. I got gifted the game. Oh shit!
Yeah,
It's
only
your
after
mom!
One person, so just don't be that one
Green
person.
one.
It's your mom.
I'm sick.
Well, I found the shot.
As well. Where'd she go?
She's here.
Where is she?
Owie. My throat hurts. What did Brocha to do? I don't know. They're just trolling zoinks.
Oh fuck. Got clapped. Grandma ate someone.
A grandma ate someone. They were like pink. I don't know who that is.
Oh no. Oh no. Poor grandma.
Grandma was like to the left there.
Oh.
You have a duck. Now you're a mommy. That's your child.
Oh. Gotta find a toilet. Owie.
Where's everyone now?
Where's the toilet?
Found monkey. I'm not touching that.
Come here. No!
Oh.
Why'd you touch it?
There's a big heavy vase in here.
Oh, we need a cart for that.
Yeah. 10K. Oh, Grandma.
Uh-oh, someone got clapped. Oh, big FOMO.
Oh no. What's happening?
Someone's
It's
getting clapped.
Nachi's birthday.
Oh
Oh,
my
no.
god, it's the Rosie! Hi!
Oh, that's the old limit.
Grandma takes a lot of damage.
Grandma is a high HP, what do you mean?
Man, Grandma really takes a pounding, huh?
There we go.
Grandma! Rip Grandma! Rip Grandma!
You can just put it in the vehicle. You can just put it in the vehicle.
Nice!
It's the only thing in here. So, who touched the duck again?
Not me.
What the? How did it fit through the
Rotate.
first door with no issue? The fuck?
Rotate. Ah!
Where we?
Oh.
Noki should
Is
meet
there?
Shield.
What's the other card?
Okay. I don't know. I
Oh,
didn't
let
touch
go.
it this time around.
Oh! We need to put the big fancy vase in the cart.
Mwah.
Fumo.
Mwah. Mwah. Will I break this or no? Hi, Rosie. How is the Rosie today? Let's shout out to Rosie. How is the beautiful big boinkers Rosie today? Yeah. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm just eating dinner. Oh, what's for dinner, Kiasi?
Oh, hey, bomb. Hi, Notch.
Hello.
That bomb.
The bomb.
Go away. Get out of here.
Got you.
Bomb.
Bomba. La bomba. Get everything?
I think so. This is where it came from.
Yeah? Nice news ads. Not now, I guess. There's not much interaction. Yeah, we flip the ends. True, true, true. Oh my god, I'm passing out. Fuck my life, man. Everything good already?
Oh no! Ah!
Oh no.
I found a potato who tried to hit me. I saw that potato.
Okay, I'm pressing the button. Here we go.
Whoa.
Here comes the grandma.
What the fuck has happened to me? So who got the handy hands? Who's grandma after? Yeah, she pops up with hands on the screen.
Oh shit. I'm passing out.
Not she. Go sleep.
Good.
I'm good. I'm good. Ah, grandma!
Grandma. Gam.
Did you not? Grandma's only after one person. Whoever got the hands.
No.
Online.
See? She's only after whoever got the hands.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hey, I think it's Nachi.
Oh, she's after Zoro. I hit someone.
Yeah.
She's after Zoro.
Well, if you get too
Oh, no,
close.
Yeah, she's after Zoro. I saw her going after Zoro.
Run!
Careful, we have to duck as well.
Oh my god. Oh, I saw you fly.
That didn't hurt as much as I thought it would.
That sounded painful.
We have a duck friend.
No way.
Hello, duck friend. Hello.
Did you go to work today?
Oh no! Oh no! She's after Zoro.
I don't work today.
The dog is after Zoro.
No work. Nice.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't be here if I was working.
Yeah, if I remember your night shifts, I'm like, yeah.
Hey, Rossi.
What do we got?
Gun! Get the gun!
Is that one? Okay.
Oh.
Going.
Strength.
Not used to having this much of a range.
What's tumble climb? That's new to me.
Yeah, new to me too.
You press Q and then you can hold
Boom.
the
That's a grenade launcher.
the
Are you like
wall.
sticky?
Not much.
Oh, I thought it would be like spider ball or something.
Kinda like that, but it's limited because of your stamina.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I can't.
Well, who's blowing their load in public?
I mean, are we complaining?
No.
I think they want the gun. If you want the gun, put the gun in there.
Take the gun. We got cash.
Get the gun.
We good on energy for stuff.
Oh yeah, you gotta get at least one.
I've been grabbed.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee, you
This has been,
guys.
Have a pee.
All right. I'm gonna be back here waiting
Don't miss.
next to the Mars. What the fuck? Excuse you.
Okay. Bat, do you wanna join, Bat? It's modded. Come join. Is that the Bat? Oh my god, I'm a big fan. I shout out the Bat. Hold on, I gotta go pee. I be pee.
Oh, drop my phone. Poor Nachi. Just look over to you do with this. What? I mean, they have a cannon over there, so good luck. Yeah. Yeah.
Stay.
Nope.
Hell yeah.
We.
It's actually a birthday.
Oh, no.
What happened to me there? Hello, new person. Hope you're having fun.
Hello.
What in the world?
He's been tossing y'all for a while.
Why?
Don't ask me.
Zoro, why?
Zoro might have ADHD.
That's
I can't blame him.
100.
I love that I do.
Alright, well, there's no point in fighting. Okay.
You can grab the gravity ball and point it off, or you could just move out of the sword. Like, for example, if you just reach out to this.
I can barely remember the controls.
There you go. Ooh, you didn't get away fast enough.
Yeah.
Nice one. Yeah, let me have this one, and you can play with the rest. Yeah, I get this one.
No.
Well, I ain't letting go, so.
It's like playing tug of war with a dog. He ain't letting go.
What the Lord?
Nice try, bud.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Nachi, help me!
What's happening?
I was saving Mars from the potato, and now I'm eating the potato with Mars.
Nah.
No, turn into. I'm getting dizzy.
Wait. Okay. We gotta go to the next area so Chloe can join.
Okay.
We haven't
asked
purchased
to be let go,
it.
so I grabbed them.
Uh-oh.
Ow! No, okay.
Oh.
Oof.
Owie.
Owie.
I fell asleep on the toilet. What the fuck?
That's what I thought happened. Go to bed.
No.
Why do you go to bed before this? Go to bed.
Get glued. No, it's okay. She pissed all the sleep away.
All this.
Where's Chloe?
Don't think that's how that works, but okay.
We're gonna get Chloe's.
Mhm.
Oh, Chloe's in. Okay.
Who's who?
Blah.
Okay. Let's go.
Fucking okay.
What the fuck? Hi.
Nachi,
Okay, did
on
you have a
your
good piss?
stream, you still have. The
I didn't
BRB.
piss.
No, did you have a good pisser?
Oh, yeah. Actually,
Nachi,
no.
you
It
were
was okay.
saying?
On your stream, you still have BRBP.
Oh,
being
thank
on
you.
it.
Thank you, Marzi.
You're welcome.
This shit word. This shit word. This shit worth
nothing. This shit worthless.
This shit gone.
Stocks crashed.
This shit gone.
You've lost walk privilege.
Oh man.
Okay.
Ow. Okay, going up top.
I want to destroy it.
Whee!
I think that would not be good.
Not see anything on top.
The fucking Noke is your favorite item! Where's Noge?
More. Oh, Crescent Moon.
Oh my god, it's Cheng! Hi Cheng, thank you, thank you. Where is everyone? Bat, do you want to join or are you at work?
Where are you? Where'd you go?
Oh.
Ow!
Huh? You could. I can just lift someone up. Where?
Well, I don't think there's anything
Hi.
there anyway.
What?
Oh, what happened?
He reached. He shot me.
Behave!
Ow.
Never change, bro.
Who wants a piece?
No.
Who wants a piece?
I don't. I'm scared of heights.
Oh, Nachi's giving up.
Who's the cart? Who is the cart?
Just press Q.
I hear screaming.
And the other thing.
You're better.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Nothing? Okay.
Oh, but I didn't think.
It's a calm. I'm here, man. I was say oopsie.
Who died? What the fuck?
Yeah, let me take
Chloe
the
died
car.
of mysterious
Let me take the
circumstances.
car. Let me take the car.
Noke!
I'll go res over.
Noke, look! Noke, look! Where's Noke?
I don't know what note. So, hey, Nachi.
Can you
Have
give me a
fun.
piece? Can you give me a
I'll always
piece?
give you. I'll always give you.
Give me a
piece.
piece
You need that?
here. Give me a piece there. Thank you. No, there's nothing here on the sides. On the sides. There on the top there. Oh, there's nothing as well. Okay. Thank you.
Res the silly one. I mean, bring back the silly. Jumped into a hole.
Violet, we can pick you up after this round.
Yeah, do they got everything?
I believe so.
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay,
Wee!
so we need to bring you the car.
Wee!
Fucking
Ow! Ow.
What are you doing? Why do you keep running up and down this? Oh, I see. I see now.
Oh, just started walking it. Flew out of my hand.
Ah!
Trying to jump. Oh, we got a blue one.
Vorcade, it's okay. It's okay, man.
I think to. What is the other side?
Girl, I just brought you back.
Who needs healing?
I'll get the link from Jesus, but he said it's only 20 slots.
Listen.
Oh my god,
Okay.
you died again?
Almost done, okay?
What?
Here we go.
What?
It's Candy.
Candy! Hi, Candy! Thank you,
Hey,
thank you,
Candy.
Candy!
No, okay, I
Candy, do
blame
you
you for
have
that.
repo?
I did. I did nothing.
I blame you. I was building a bridge, and then you put a banana under me, and I slipped. Okay.
I did. That's true.
Wait,
I
is there a
do
door
like
somewhere? I
bananas.
need to build a bridge. I need to build a bridge.
Okay, we don't really have any bridge material anymore. Can,
I got you a bridge material.
I just need this bridge.
Baby,
I just
kill
need
baby.
this door.
Kill the child. Kill him.
I just need this. I just need this door. I need this door. I just need this door. I just need this door. I just need this door. This door. I just need this door. I need to build a bridge. I just need this door.
There's a bridge. The bridge is made.
What about a double-decker bridge?
A double-decker bridge. It's never been done before. Yeah. I don't trust the bridge, so I don't know if it's up to building code.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Is it with the
See that? Look,
road
it's good.
code too?
Look, no camera, go on it and just look.
Yeah. Wow. Very sturdy bridge.
See, you can't even jump on it.
Baba, it's a bit baby.
Bye, baby.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You fell down.
Property damage.
Property damage. Ow!
What the fuck?
You're fucking dead.
They are in the.
I'm fucking dead.
Oh. Oh. Boom.
6-7.
Oh,
6-7.
Go mad.
Oh,
6-7.
okay too.
Oh, you killed him.
I'm fucking dead.
That was a good bridge.
I told you I can bridge. I can bridge could actually the door.
You guys are killing babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. The soundtrack.
A bridge straight to hell.
I just need the door. I just need the door. The door and the door.
Oh, secret. This the crack house?
That's so gross.
Why do I have notepads? What's been wiping my body?
So you don't forget.
What the fuck is
Thank you for the
happening? What the
headband.
fuck is happening?
Oh, I'm fine.
How
with
is
mine.
speed dating? Are you winning?
What's this?
No, we get close. I will hit you. I will hit you if you get close to me. Just saying.
Hell yeah.
I think.
Oh,
I don't
no.
know.
Oh,
Man,
you
it's
battered
me.
me there. That was nice.
Holy, what happened?
Home run! Oh, there goes gravity.
What is happening?
Why the head bottom? I swear.
Nachi, aim.
Do not hit me.
You're a baseball.
What?
Nachi.
Why is it called baseball? There's no base.
There's literally bases. There's 3.
What are you, some sort of racist?
Oh no.
Takes me.
What are you, some sort of piece of shit? Because you're a floater?
Yes. That's me.
Oh. The robot is
chicken.
activated. Oh, the robot is active.
Robot. Hit me. Shoot.
What?
No, okay.
I was looking to say shoot
Imagine
me.
dying. That's
what?
crazy. Could be me.
Okay, took the bullet for me.
Ooh, almost died as well.
Cereal.
Have a good lurk. Thank you, Bats. Okay, Violet, we're picking you up.
And then I have to shit really bad afterwards.
That sounds about right.
The what? The what?
I might be lactose intelligent.
Yes.
Yep, definitely. With what you just said.
I might be.
Very intelligent,
Maybe.
indeed.
Yeah, I might be lactose intelligent.
So there's an intelligent build.
Violet, come in.
I might lactose.
Tolerance.
You don't lactose.
Oh my.
That's true. I have 10, all 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I heard. I'm glad y'all were talking.
Oh my god.
Wait, Nachi, can I wait? Wait,
Yeah?
Nachi, I'm gonna DM you something.
Okay.
Who? What? What? Who died? Who died? How die? What?
Hey, die
I
here.
don't know. I don't know.
Someone used a bomb or they had 1 HP and slammed something into them. The vehicle does damage.
Maybe. Well, no, that'll do.
Wait, can you hit me?
I can, I won't.
I don't know how this works.
I'm alive. Are we waiting on someone?
I don't know.
Is Violet here already?
I'm ready.
Oh yeah, Violet is here already. Yeah.
I am just
surprised.
in my
Owie.
big strap.
Hell yeah.
Well, we are getting the fucking luck of the man today.
Labub Noki! It's your favorite!
I will fucking smash it. Get that shit away from me. I will smash it. I will destroy that PC.
I found a long flashlight.
A long flashlight. Oh my god. Real.
Good one. Good one.
Where'd I come from? And we.
Yeah, careful, there's a fucking hole. Oh, I see television.
Come on. Vase. Okay. Owie. I didn't break it. Owie.
Quer falar um vídeo do cara, né?
Owie. Excuse me. I'm dying. Mm.
Yeah. And that's his guys as well. So, that's why I said to bring this guy.
Owie.
who has cart?
It's sitting right here.
Maya,
Oh, here's cart. Oh.
Maya has it.
Put.
Okay, you're putting the money in the thing.
I bring cart.
Nothing.
Hi, Notchy Notch.
No.
I might have to bounce a little bit.
Nah.
Sleepyhead. I'll watch you while you die.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I did nothing. She stood in.
I really thought I made it out. I'm gonna be honest.
And see, Nachi, I don't even get caught. I did nothing.
Crazy.
I saw one, and then I was like, right, let me just step out, and then I fucking died.
We're trying to bring the base there. Because there's another base up top.
Hey, it's a big head.
Whoever's talking. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Joe Biden, I don't want to play right now. I'm not safe. Okay. I don't...
You good? Oh, what happened? Is that dead body? Oh.
That's a dead body.
Three dead bodies. Oh my god, he's on a fucking rampage.
Nah. I fell down. I fell down.
You're fucking dead.
I'm fucking dead.
So there are three of them dead, the next two.
Yeah.
The big
Yeah,
head
Nachi's at
children.
the extract.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Bye, JD. Thank you
How
for
many heads do
joining.
you have at the moment?
I just have one. The rest are right next to the
Okay.
stacks.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some of the...
Oh. Okay, no wonder.
I'm fucking terrified.
Who's nearby, Zoro?
I did. Oh my god.
Valentine is nearby. Okay. Hmm. Let's take the base first. Let's take the base first off so we can get the other one. Yeah, 1 second.
I'm gonna lift it. A bit chunky. That's fine. I'm scared.
Right. Let's get the base, get the other.
It doesn't really mean
at least it will be only jumping, but.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I hate pushing the cart over this.
Alright. Need to get the other base, need to get the other head. Valentine, they say Valentine is here. No, I got snatched.
Oh shit.
Oh, there's also bombs there.
Ah, fuck. Get off.
No, I'm good in here. I'm good. Because we can go get. I'm close to the truck. There's also money in here. Okay, one more head. They say Valentine is here, but I don't know where exactly. Let me just stop this one. Oh, this. Okay, so how many heads? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4 heads.
Yeah.
So we need to find one more head. Okay.
I mean, you can just survive.
No.
It's complete.
Yes or
It's
no?
complete.
Let's start.
Okay, let's just get money in the base and we do this extract.
There's a child.
Oh, there, be careful behind the yeah. Let's get the base first because it's the closest.
Oh my god, my ears.
Yeah, JD left. That's what he said.
Gotta lower down fire.
Yeah, get that monkey already. There's a monkey in there.
Where is Marcy?
Fuck.
Oh, Marcy AFK.
Going backwards, I guess.
Ah, excuse me. Oh, monkey.
Okay, the base is in here already, so get the base, then we get all the money. See if we can fit everything in there. The stairs in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Car. You take the car. A sec.
Mm-hmm. The child in the room just spawned, just walked in front.
Oh fuck, that's a child. Okay,
There's a
wait a
child.
sec.
Yeah. Go away.
Yeah, I can't look until it disappears. Okay, I think it disappeared. Okay.
Hey, no.
No, it's still there.
It's still there. Go away.
In there.
Okay, he's gone. He's gone. Careful, SpongeBob. Good? Okay, you
Okay,
good.
nice. Yeah.
Let's get out
You
of here.
can
What's that
start
other
bringing
big?
that. I'm gonna get the money.
Alright. Oh yeah, I
I'm
got the
getting
money
it.
back. Yeah. Oh fuck.
What?
Head.
What's that? Ed? Fuck. Let me grab the money.
He's in the big pit room.
Fuck. What fuck? I let go of the mouth, but he still was grabbing it. I don't know why.
Welcome to the bad ping. Yeah, that's true.
Cart.
Alright. Grab the money.
Yep. I got it.
Okay. Put it in and press button. We still need the one more sack to do. Actually, I'm gonna check upstairs, see if we got everything in here. Oh, there's the bombs. Bombs coming down.
Milan!
We're live.
For now.
Have.
For now.
I
Give
almost
some people health. Nachi, can you push the cart since you don't have 200 ping now?
I'm sorry, okay.
It's okay. Spooky.
Oh my god. Have we checked upstairs?
Did you get everything in here?
Yeah, the big staircase I went up.
Yeah, so we got everything in the map, I think.
I didn't check. There's this room. There's a little down.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified water using code NDMU.
Thank you for the hydrate, Marcy. Okay, I hydrated.
Child in front of the door here, right behind me.
Baby.
Alright. The next track will be in that side as well, probably.
Hey! Get me! Hey!
Using.
Hey, no game!
Another one dead. He's
Yeah.
behind you. Let me put in the card.
Okay.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Another one.
Hide.
Oh, Ed. No.
How come it's on? Okay. What?
No.
Oh my god! Hi, Miriona. Hello. Welcome. Thank you
Who
for
had the
the
gun?
raid. Oh my god, not when I'm in ads. Oh
Kill
no.
them. Give me a sec.
I don't know if one's enough.
I have multiple grenades on me.
Nice.
The multi grenades. If I see the ad again, I'll try to keep that. Go into all. Where?
Okay. Behind us, where we were, I guess.
That door? That door?
The
Maybe.
door.
Hello.
Maybe.
If he's here, I'll use the grenades. Oh, speaking of bombs.
Get out of here.
Remember
Oh, there's a
behind
child. Yeah, there's a child behind me.
Okay, we need to go. I don't know yet, actually. He's not here anymore. No, he's there, he's there. He's in the other room now.
Is this other extraction?
There's one
Hmm.
extraction there, but I don't know if we did that.
Oh yeah, here.
Okay.
Okay. Yacho B pussy.
Hello. Oh my god.
No.
If you want, I can.
Oh.
You can pass now.
Okay, you good.
The baby's over there.
Hello. Welcome. Hi everyone. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back from the ads. Is everyone back? Hello. Welcome. Thank you, Miri, for the raid. Thank you for the greetings. Hello. I'm Nachi Kulanashi. I'm your vampire butterfly VTuber.
Let's get out of
Yes,
here.
I do a lot of variety stuff, variety games, mainly playing gun games like Battlefield or Helldivers, and occasionally doing some Helldivers. No More Home in Hell. Any zombie game, honestly, with friends. It's fun.
That's right there.
Valorant.
Yeah.
Maybe next week.
Yeah. So.
Downstream. There's a boo. There's a boo right here.
Yeah, so that's it. If you need to raid and dash, feel free to do so. Don't forget to do your after stream care. If you need to go hydrate and eat, or if you need to go rest, feel free to do so. That is perfectly okay here. Yes. Thank you, Jane, for guiding the raid here. If you want to join, come join us, Jane, please. You can join us. Anyone in the community, anyone that is in chat, you can join us. Feel free to use the mod pack code and let us know that you want to join so we can add you in the game. Yeah. Thank you again. I hope you had a fun game. Let me shout you out. Let me shout you out. Okay, there you go.
Follow and support Miriana17.
There we go. How was Phoenix Wright? I hope you had fun.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Thank
It is like
you.
thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. I hope you have fun in the stream. We're celebrating my birthday today. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're having a birthday
So many fucking ads
stream.
there. Jesus.
And a donathon. So if you don't know, I'm doing donathon, yeah. It was a lot of fun. We played Mecha Chameleon the first episode. Yeah. Mecha Chameleon! I like that game! Oh my god! I wanna play that! Ooh, first episode. Nice! That's nice. I hope you had so much fun today. Yeah.
Necker?
Why do you say that? Why would you say that, Nokia? That's crazy.
You already said I was
That's crazy. Why would you say that, Nokia? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I never say anything. So,
You know what I miss? Oh. You know what I miss, okay? I miss the
How's Bigfoot going so far? We're winning. We're winning with because we had a lot of people. So we're kind of winning, you know. If you have repo as well, you can join us. It's modded, so
I just need it. I just need
we
that.
use R2
Ooh.
Modman or
I need it.
Thunderstore. Any of those
Fine, one day.
words.
how you holding in there, Nachi?
That was good. That was good. Just good. Good.
Hi, Raider.
You found the card?
Yeah.
And wait, bridge.
Yeah, I was talking to the readers.
Bridge, don't let me on the bridge.
No K. No K.
Don't,
Look,
don't,
bridge.
don't let me on the bridge.
Get on the bridge. Get
No.
on the bridge right now.
I don't want another bridge incident.
There, get on the bridge. You'll say the word.
No, the bridge is your thing. Okay, you build bridges.
Then no, get on the bridge.
I'm on the bridge.
See the line.
Man, I sure love bridges.
That's exactly the word. I'm gonna say it.
Bridges.
I'm no longer gonna say it.
What do you mean? What's going on here?
Man, what a fuck.
What a fucking bridger.
Like, that's crazy. Any upgrade? Quincy. That's crazy. Who died? Why would you die? That's crazy.
Fuck you, Zara. Get wrecked. Get wrecked, bitch.
Zoro
Oh, it's
has done
40K,
nothing
never
wrong
mind.
ever. Why is the sledgehammer more expensive than the gun? Is this...
Because the
it's
sledgehammer's
America,
from
that's
Triple
why.
H from WWE.
No. Oh shit. Oh no.
That's crazy. Bo did die. How did he die? That's crazy.
Self-inflicted sledgehammer wound. I don't know. I should have bought more health. No one here has any health. it's gonna fucking suck.
Share the health.
No, we'll make it.
Blia's health.
We'll use the health. Share it.
I mean, if I have more than one, it's fine.
Nutty.
Yes.
Done. Timer.
Well, it's a timer on your screen. On screen.
Timer for the Donathon.
Yeah, it's a Donathon timer. We increase it by giving money and stuff.
Hamburger.
Hamburger.
Nothing.
Found
Lasagna.
some tapes. He's reaching.
Oh, big. Big. Mo-
Where?
Upstairs. Oh no, the Labubu is stuck. No, okay.
Oh my god. This is worth 20k.
Give me a sec. Let me go the other way.
Slash and
It's no longer
stock?
with
No,
20K.
that's not possible. Oh my god. I salvaged 6,000 from the fucking Labubu. From 30,000 to
Drop it slow on
6,000.
the floor so I can grab the other side. Okay. There you go. Slowly.
Let's take it to the.
Well, we need to turn it.
No!
There's a monster behind you. Careful, monster.
It's gone now, it's gone.
Oh,
Yeah? Yeah?
it's not gone.
You want it? Okay.
Alright, I need to turn these. Get up it. Nice. Oh. Oh, almost fall. Thank you. Alright. Now it's easier. Hmm.
You can join whenever. Yeah. Nice.
Oh. Yeah, we're just finishing this. We just started, so we finish this map and then we can try. Oh. Okay. Actually, let's bring this already with us. I'll go to the other side. There we go. Oh.
Ah, no. Owie. Yeah. Is everyone still alive? The Halloween.
There you go.
Abba.
Hello.
I don't even. I don't even know how to do that.
Hi. How's it going, Nachi?
All good. But
Why are you going that way?
why are you running?
Hmm? Okay, so let's go on an adventure.
What's that noise? Are you gonna drill me? How many drilled?
Oh! There she goes. Oh! Bye bye, everyone. Careful with the ball. Ow!
No, no.
I'll just bring it. Bye.
Oh, wait. Oh, there you go, Nachi.
Everyone dead?
Hello.
No.
It's okay. Damn, he got a bulletproof vest.
The church got me.
Yeah. Oh.
Aw.
Oh, there's another one. Ooh, 6k. 7 almost K.
Oh,
Zap!
shit.
Oh my god.
Cousin. And the duck.
SMH this potato.
I try.
Skitty shoe. Fuck you, Stinky.
My ass. Just in my head.
Oh no.
Stinky.
Okay.
Yes.
Wanna play tic-tac-toe?
Sure.
Okay, X in the middle.
All on the right.
X on the top corner, left, right.
Which one?
What?
What do you mean top corner left right?
That left, right, center, the X top right corner.
Okay. Bottom left corner.
X by the left top corner.
Oh, in the top center.
X bottom corner. I mean center middle.
Oh, in the bottom right corner. It's a tie.
Did someone win?
No.
Listen, if I was in your chat, I would be winning,
Who's
honestly.
left?
Bruh.
You lose against yourself.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
Bro left me. What the fuck? I can't believe y'all left me. SMH. You left me.
Oh, there's a flood. There's a bomb. There's the... Oh shit.
Now I need to do with the touch.
Oh, there's a tentacle.
and also the plant. Okay, the plant already left. The third is still there, by the way. Someone died, alright. You coming with me? Waiting for the plant to go away.
Wait. Oh, is it down there?
I'll pick you up in a bit. Oh! Oh! No! No!
No.
Fuck!
No.
Damn it.
Aww.
I was escaping the touch and I got caught by the alien.
Yeah, I was watching.
That was fucking bad.
Oh
luck.
god, there's a. Oh, I can't
I was
juggle with
gonna
a
die either
fucking
way.
duck. I'm not doing that. No. Yeah. Yeah. There's two more heads.
I will shoot.
I chose to leave because I'm a pussy.
Okay.
Could go get him though. Oh shit. What is that?
Saved your ass. Got everyone.
Okay.
We got everyone, I think. Yeah.
Seven people alive? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah! No, no, no.
Ah!
Oh shit. No, no, no.
1, 2, 3. Oh, that's everyone. I can count to 7.
No.
Hell yeah.
I have someone's bolt gun.
Now Zane can join. Oh, I
Oh
see
my
that spot here,
god,
Daddy.
it's a Debbie wife! Debbie wife, thank you.
What?
But
You made back home in time for work. Oh my god, Fizzy. Okay.
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 My last one. Have a birthday. Happy birthday. Not your birthday. Happy 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 birthday. Not your birthday. Not your birthday. Happy birthday. Not your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Not your birthday. Not your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. That suits you, okay?
thank you.
Nice, a new diaper.
There's nothing in the secret
What?
room.
What?
Ow.
Huh? Nothing inside that shit.
Oh, I have the bolt gun. I will give.
I got
Does it come pre-used? Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, get the 12K one. Yes.
That's true.
You sleepy?
One last round and then I eat.
EBs and EBs are sleepy. Okay, one more.
One last. Just
Just one more.
one more.
Just one more.
Just one more.
Just one more.
Just one more. Just one more.
Just one more.
Just one more.
Just one more.
Yeah.
Who joining?
Jane.
Oh, taking a while.
Jane is joining.
Oh, here. Someone take their
Jane.
bolt. Take your gun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have the gun. I forgot. I thought it all. What was the giant gun for? Okay. What's the giant gun for? Who had it?
Jane! Yay!
I don't know.
I think it's Zoro, right? It's yours, right, Zoro? Oh yeah, what? Alright.
Ready?
I'm ready.
But
Distributing
wait,
health.
Jane already inside? Yes, okay. I think we have everyone then. Yeah, we're ready.
Okie doke.
I'm tired of being obsessed. Oh my god, Fizz. If you need to sleep, go sleep, Fizz.
Yeah, we need to start so they can hear.
And are we ready?
Yes. Good.
Okay.
Hello?
Jane! Oh no. It's taking it longer again. Oh, there we go.
Spooky.
Yeah, we're getting so many banners.
Yeah. Ah. Not bad. What was that?
You tell me we don't have anything else up, Mike.
I think Grandma's after me.
Grandma?
Grandma? Can
Oh.
I think someone with that people. Oh, I bought the. Oh, so many.
Oh, so many is moving the big stuff. Oh well. Who's that? Why is Nachi walking? Wait, is Nachi off? Oh. Oh, okay.
What's good? We good?
I'm big.
You gotta bring in stuff for that extraction. Still need to find stuff for the first one. Oh, you grandma. Okay.
CCP.
Oh, I dropped the drunken. Where is it? Yeah, the car is in there. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh! Let him come here. We can drop him in the hole. Oh, there it goes.
Nice.
Another ball. I'm
actually
gonna bring these already.
Skillish, Zoro.
No, Zoro. My hero.
Skill issue.
Okay, I'm activating this one.
Oh, the up box. That could probably be later. What is that? Little like gremlin creature. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's like as tall as a skull.
Vase.
That's a danger bike. That's a cripple. Ah!
Ow!
The car is in here. The car is in here. The car is in here. Put it in there.
In a wheelchair just fucking attacked me.
There you go. It's like a ghost or something. Yeah. Okay, we need
Like
to
a
bring
mimic?
this to extraction because it's.
Where's the next extract?
Oh. 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 We're not going for. Let's leave that one last. I think there should be one in here, right?
Nice. Good job. Oh my god, it's Kian. Hi, Kian. Thank you, thank you. The fuck you doing here? I keep on passing out. The fuck. I'll end stream after this. I have to go out later too with mom. So I really need to sleep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Damn it.
Suck.
I'm trying to wake up. Oh my god. I'm trying.
We're going to put it up. Oh, I'll take the ball out. Find a spot. Alright, now I'll put the ball.
Ow.
There you go.
Owie. Benji. Owie. I'm awake now. I'm awake now. I'm awake now.
You okay in there?
Yeah, just falling asleep. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh, hang on a second.
No.
Hang on a moment. Hang on, Nachi.
Nachi, hang on.
Oh.
Sorry.
Do it!
Just do it.
Careful.
Lord. Oh. Fuck.
Nachi's coming in with a big vase. Careful. Oh. Nice.
One of them broke. I can just take the cat off. Oh. No, you can. It don't work. Inside. Okay. We got everything.
I died.
Oh wait! A new casualty.
Someone fell.
Nachi, you definitely need to go to sleep.
Nachi fell asleep again.
Yeah.
Yeah. The long sleep.
Alright.
Oh, careful. Oh god.
I'll sleep after this. I've been trying to fight it too.
Nice.
Nachi's laughing. We laughing at Nachi. Oh.
Put the money in the bag.
The bag. The money's already in the bag.
He's reaching.
Alright, let me see. I can't see anything. Alright. Where are we going now?
Oh.
That's spooky.
This layout sucks. Oh my god.
This layout's fucking devious.
Yeah. You can fall.
Who is honking at me?
Me.
Honk honk.
It was me.
Honk honk.
Drop it. Drop. Oh, drop it. Drop it. Nazi, let go.
What?
Wasn't me. What do you mean?
Oh,
It's,
I thought you were not. I just saw the white headpiece. That makes more sense now.
Is it everything?
I guess.
I guess you can press and go then.
Suck.
Here we go.
Suck. Oh. Grandma.
Suck.
Oh,
Grandma, public execution.
I got
Grandma.
grandmother.
Oh, she's after me.
I need someone else to help me grab her. Put her in. She's very fat. Oh shit. They're alive.
You got hit by it too. It was funny.
I did. I mean, I was. Nazi, you sound fucking wasted.
Bro.
You sound hammered. And I know you're just sleepy.
I don't even drink. What do you mean?
You sound like you do.
Sorry.
I know. I'm that sleepy.
You're very sleepy.
I've been fighting it all this time.
I know. Because I can tell because you become so quiet.
Oh, oh my god.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, the other one. Like a mouse.
You know,
Oh, there's one more.
this room kind of sucks.
There's one more head. There's one more head.
Whoops.
There was one more head. Damn, clutch.
That was clutch.
Clutch.
Get me out of here.
Bit of death.
Oh no.
Oh, what the fuck?
Calm your horses.
No.
Oh.
Oh. The Mimix is killing everyone.
Oh my god.
That was sad.
This is.
I'm scared. I get spooked. The pain.
This might be the end.
It's okay.
Yeah.
The Mimics are
I
killing
trust.
everyone.
I trust.
We got Mimics. On our left. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. That wouldn't help.
Oh.
Oh.
That's some touch.
Oh my god.
Spooky.
Oh. Did he die or oh, he survived? Okay.
You did. You did it.
Them getting with it. Jeez.
I'm so proud. So proud.
We are killing our own teammate.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Mm-hmm. Wowie.
Yeah. Zoro
Did it.
clutch.
Zoro
My boy.
clutch. Gotcha. Gotcha. Ooh, nice. You got a new grabber.
Ripper.
Ooh, nice. Soldier hat. Nice.
Leg.
The fuck?
Leg.
New legs.
Just one leg.
Oh, I also got legs. Hell yeah.
It's a weird looking boot. Alright, you sleeping now, Nachi?
Yes. I'm gonna head to bed now.
Mhm. You should. Get some
Yeah.
rest. Happy birthday.
Yes, thank you, everyone. It was fun. We can play again tomorrow.
Oh no. Oh, quick, buy something. Bring it back. Welcome back.
Okay, thank you as well, Fire. You have a good night. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining today. No, guy, thank you. Are you
No
going VR
problem.
after this?
Probably.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you,
Have a good sleep.
Violet. Thank you, Marcy. Mwah.
Conclude.
Thank you, Jane. Mwah.
Happy birthday, and thanks for inviting
Thank you,
everybody.
Marcy. Yes. Thank you, Violet. Mwah. Thank you, Zaro. Huck to her. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, stinker.
Ooh. Get down. Oh.
Okay. Let's revive them in there.
Ah.
Okay, bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, you guys. It was fun though. Today was very funny. Ow! Stop bonking me. We will be raiding out. Who's still streaming? No. Is Doc still gonna stream? If so, then let's raid to Doc or Lyra. Let's raid to Lyra, I guess. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's no other ones. Doc or Lyra. Thank you, everyone. My birthday is very fun with you all. I love you all. Thank you for the gifts. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the donos, the gifts, the games, the fun game. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Tomorrow, I might game but I can't guarantee if I can stream. I do want to play No More Room in Hell because there was an update. So yeah. And also debut will be pushed to next weekend, which is July 4th for everyone. So please, I hope you'll be there. I love that model so much. It was a bummer that I wasn't able to debut it today on my birthday, but yeah. That's it. Let's read out to the princess. We'll read out to Lara. Support her. She's also doing a donathon so she can go to Afghan. Yes. Huh? Oh, I have to remove the ad. Okay. Zori. Okay, there we go. Don't forget to use our raid message. Yes. Again, thank you everyone for today. Thank you to the raiders. Thank you to Nobu, to Kaiman, and to excuse me, and to Miriona. Thank you, Jane, for reading us, leading us to raid. I appreciate it. I will see you all on the next stream, okay? Thank you, everyone. Bye bye. Good night. I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna go head bed. Good night. Good night. I love you all. I love you all. I love you all. Mwah. Come on. Stay hydrated. Stay safe. Stay comfy. Mwah.